Mourners face waiting times of up to 25 hours to pay their final respects to the Queen.
Good morning. You're watching and listening to Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
Well, following the death of Her Majesty, we're bringing you all the details as we come to terms with what has happened to Queen Elizabeth, but also how we then start to live in Britain under a new monarch.
Well, the wait to see the Queen lying in state is now nearing capacity, with the expected wait time around 25 hours, be warned. Officials have now asked the public not to travel to join the queue.
Well, last night, a man was arrested after approaching the Queen's coffin in Westminster Hall. He's currently being held in custody under the Public Order Act.
And later today, the Prince of Wales and the Duke of Sussex will observe a 15-minute vigil for their late grandmother. Both princes will be dressed in full military uniform, as requested by the King.
Well, the funeral on Monday could be the largest event the UK has ever hosted as world leaders arrive. The Prime Minister will meet New Zealand's Premier and the Australian leader today, with talks scheduled with the American President on Sunday.
It's going to be absolutely remarkable, isn't it? It already is, but I think Monday is going to be absolutely amazing. And, of course, now we're building up to that. So do get in touch with us in the usual way. Let us know what you think of the Prince's Vigil last night, which, of course, included Princess Anne. And we are due to see another similar vigil being mounted by the grandchildren of the Queen this evening. I don't know what you thought. I thought it was amazing, historic, almost medieval and brutal. But you know how to get in with your views. Please let us know. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
I thought it was a remarkable event last night. I know what you mean about it being brutal, but there was something very personal about it, in a way.
Personal, but in front of the public.
In front of the public, but that's part of the thing.
I mean, the King and his siblings mounting that sort of vigil for the late Queen, with everybody going past. I guess, well, you could put it as a sort of, it's the downside of being royal, isn't it? Most of the things you do, people are very pleased to see you, and you're going out and you're cutting ribbons and kissing babies and all the rest of it. You know, that's the upside, living in palaces and castles. The downside of this has to be that you share sometimes your most private and grief-stricken moments with the public.
Yeah.
And that's what we saw yesterday. It was so... I mean, they were utterly impeccable and professional, weren't they, as they walked in, striding in time, took their positions up, and they must have rehearsed this. And
they must have done.
How awful is that?
But Princess Anne wearing her Blues and Royals uniform,
Yes.
which was quite remarkable, I think, and very nice to see. There she is. And there's the eagle on her arm, which signifies that.
She kept her eyes cast down, as they all did throughout. It was a good 15 minutes, wasn't it?
I have to say, my friend Kimberly, who you know, her brother in the Welsh Guards is one of those guarding there as the King and his siblings were stood there. He was one of those stood on the plinth, and I just think that was. I mean, she let me know in advance, and we all watched it to see Johnny, and it was remarkable to see. Can't imagine the pride his family must feel.
Oh.
Actually, seeing their son do that.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. I just thought it was remarkable. Prince Andrew was wearing an admiral's uniform, and of course we know about the King and Prince Edward. They all looked magnificent, and the Queen would have been so proud, wouldn't she?
Oh, yes.
As I said, their professionalism.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, it struck me as absolutely brutal. I'm not saying it was wrong to do it at all. And, of course, it would have been approved by both them and the Queen. It would have been long planned. But absolutely medieval, I think, in its harshness.
Interesting. I mean, there's something about... I think there's a dignity with Princess Anne in all of this. And David's been in touch. Morning, David. Says, Princess Anne is the consummate royal, hardest working of them all. I've had the privilege of meeting her when she opened our local sports centre. She'd already carried out 2 engagements before arriving and was going on to another. And the following day was doing something else, my absolute favourite royal. She's very hard-working and just gets on with it.
Yes.
Which I think there's a lot to be admired.
I wonder whether under Charles's reign we're going to see a lot more. I mean, we've seen it in recent years, a lot more delegation of the king deciding that he'll do what he can do, but he'll delegate to other members of the family. Much more of the firm doing everybody playing their part.
It should be quite nice.
I think it'd be lovely.
But it's all this, and we've said this actually all the time since last Thursday, as to how this is affecting all of us. And Mary says, "My own mother died 4 weeks ago. I've mourned our gracious Queen along with my personal grief. I can't imagine sharing my grief with millions of others. Watching the vigil of her children, I ask, when does this family get to grieve for their beloved mother and personal loss on their own? I hope the King and his siblings have time to do this once the funeral has passed on Monday."
I hope they do as well, because they certainly haven't had a minute.
Oh, sorry for your loss, Mary.
Tilly says, we went up on the first day, arriving at 6:30 in the morning in the queue, having got up at 4 o'clock. It was over 11 hours from that point to reach Westminster Hall, but it was worth every second. The queue itself epitomises the best of Elizabeth's Britain. We made friends, different, funny, diverse, nutty. We became a happy gang looking out for each other. We dodged the media. Others wanted to say their bit, fair enough, we weren't there for that. We wanted to pay respects and thank a decent, dignified, doughty monarch, matriarch, which we did. It was reverential and utterly serene in that hall. Perfect. I can't regret a moment of that wait to say thank you.
Oh, lovely.
Beautifully put.
Yeah, it is a bit nutty, isn't it? You some of the people that we've talked to, and it's all a bit crackers in a way, but then that's part of the British spirit, I think.
I've been watching a lot of American news, though, at home, just to see how the Americans are taking this in, and they're very respectful of it. A lot of Americans saying we feel that she was, our queen as well, actually. And they're watching it in awe. When they absolutely cannot believe what's happening, really. It is astonishing. And, of course, world leaders are beginning to arrive. We saw Jacinda Ardern, didn't we, from New Zealand, arrive yesterday. And we don't know. I guess they're not telling us exactly when other leaders are arriving. It'll be fun to see them all being bussed in.
The security operation for all this is
absolutely
remarkable.
Yeah.
And we were talking about the vigil last night of the princes and the princess, absolutely remarkable. Today, the Queen's grandchildren, including William and Harry, will hold their 15-minute vigil beside the Queen's coffin to honour their late grandmother.
Yes, and they'll be joined by Peter Phillips, Zara Tindall, Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie, and other family members in Westminster Hall.
Well, our national reporter Theo Chikomba sent this report about yesterday's events.
It was yet another day of queuing in central London, but relief for those who'd waited through the night. Among them, familiar faces including former England international David Beckham. The route's been getting longer throughout the week, now stretching nearly 5 miles, worth every minute for those waiting.
I was surprised how much losing her has actually affected me. I was here with my family back for the Diamond Jubilee, seeing the barges go past, and just wanted to come and pay my respects and thank her.
I didn't know I was going to come, but having watched it over and over on TV, and I felt like this is the right thing to do.
Queen was the only stable thing that kept world spinning and going on, and it was hard loss, and we felt it everywhere.
But just before 11 a.m. on Friday, the government announced that Southwark Park reached capacity, with entry being paused for up to 6 hours. However, that didn't last long. These were the scenes when it reopened just after midday for those who were already there. Meanwhile, outside of London, following a day of rest in Gloucestershire, the King arrived in Wales for the first time since he became monarch, greeted by a gun salute. Alongside the Queen Consort, they attended a prayer and reflection service at Llandaff Cathedral. The First Minister of Wales, Mark Drakeford, attended, as well as the Prime Minister, Liz Truss. This was followed by a visit to the Senedd in Cardiff Bay.
I take up my new duties with immense gratitude for the privilege of having been able to serve as Prince of Wales. That ancient title, dating from the time of those great Welsh rulers like Llywelyn ap Griffiths, whose memory is still rightly honoured, I now pass to my son William.
And for their final destination, they visited Cardiff Castle, where crowds gathered, including members of the Aberfan wife group.
King Charles has had a connection with us over the years. We've visited his home in Wales and his home Highgrove, and he's just made a connection with us. We had a bond with the Queen as well. She visited Aberfan on a number of occasions, so it's all come from that really, and he invited us here today.
Back in London, world leaders have begun to arrive. New Zealand's Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern paid her respect on Friday afternoon. And for those wishing to see the Queen's lying in state, the doors will remain open until 6:30 on Monday morning ahead of the funeral. The Ochcomber, GB News.
Well, let's talk to the royal correspondent for the Sunday Mirror, Sarah Louise Robertson, who's here. Good to see you again. Good morning. I mean, this has just been a remarkable response from the British public, hasn't it?
Absolutely, Stephen. Yes, I was among them yesterday. I queued for over 14 hours for the lying in state.
Did you indeed?
Yes, I've just come from there now. So I just walked past the Queen just a couple of hours ago.
What was that like?
Incredible, Anne. Absolutely incredible. You are lost for words when you actually see that sight after that waiting. And then that moment when you come into the hall, you can hear a pin drop, the silence and the hush that falls over everybody.
Does that start when you actually walk in at the top of the steps and you see the hall in everything?
Everything, all its glory, everything that it stands for. Then you just see this image and you are transfixed. It's almost surreal at first because the soldiers standing there, the guardsmen are that still that you think... Are they actually real? Of course they are. Yeah. It's like that split second as you're just taken in this incredible scene in front of you, and then the crown lying on top of the casket with the standard, and it's the meaning behind that, the power, the sense of reverence. As I say, this hush just fell across the hall. It was not eerie, but just the atmosphere was palpable. That's all I can say.
I keep coming back to this word medieval. That it's probably not quite the right word, but do you know what I mean? It's
yes.
So steeped in history.
That's exactly it. It's the sense of reverence you have for those hundreds of years of history and what that crown signifies, the symbolism behind that. You know, watching it adorn the casket, you know, obviously you're paying your respects to the Queen and everything she stood for, but it's even more than that. It's a metaphor for so much when you look at that image. And you don't have very long in there, but you're that overcome, you want to take it all in. I just wanted to stand and just absorb it.
Did you have long enough?
No. I tried to go as slowly as I could. I did a very deep curtsy, you know, to pay my respects. That was very important for me. I just wanted to take that time to absorb that image and feel it. And I did feel it, I really did. And then when I got to the end, they sort of very politely usher you through. But again, I turned back just to get that last image, and it is iconic. I can't put it into words. If you get the chance to go, please, please, please do.
Well, this is the sad thing now, is that, I mean, people are being told if you're not in London, don't head down to London now. And I mean, the queue's looking at what, 25 hours or so?
Yeah, so I did just over 14 from start to finish. I was one of the last few to go through.
Are you moving the whole time? So
no, you stop. So this is what the delay is. Because in length, you're talking sort of just over 5 miles when we set off from Southwark Park, but you're in this holding pen first, which was nearly 4 hours. then you move on from there. But then you build this team around you, because I went on my own, but came out with all new friends, and that's your group that you sort of go along with, and it's so interesting. How you
What sort of people were they? Where did they come from?
So they seemed to be from London. There was one gentleman, I think he was from Italy. Another lady, she travelled down from Suffolk, so she'd come down from Ipswich, I think, that way. And then she was meeting her friends who were sort of London-based.
So you've sort of spent a day, haven't you,
Yes.
with people that you would never have known,
Never
have met otherwise.
Never have met otherwise, yes. It was incredible. And we just sort of formed this strange bond as we were going along. But the camaraderie and the sense of spirit, you feel very together. It's like you're on this journey that you're doing. It's a pilgrimage.
Does it
We
give you a
described
sense
it as a pilgrimage.
Does it give you a sense of... closure isn't the right word, ahead of the funeral in a way, but a sense that you have done your bit?
I've said thank you. Yeah, that was my way of saying thank you. And one of the ladies in the group said yesterday, think how many thousands of hours the Queen waited and stood in all her royal engagements over those 70 years, how far she travelled, but the hours that she would spend waiting, shaking people's hands, greeting
The ladies
people.
in waiting have all sort of said that she used to end the day with jaw ache. I mean, literally, her face, her jaw really ached because she'd been smiling as she'd been meeting people all day. And they used to sort of joke about it, except that it was a real pain at the end of every day. And I think we've all been there slightly. If you've been to any event where you've been smiling a lot, you come home and you think, my jaw aches from all that smiling.
Yeah.
And apparently she used to really suffer from that.
Yes, no, I can quite believe it, Anne. And I think when that lady made that comment, it really hit home that we can do this. Of course we can. OK, it's uncomfortable. And there was times that I just was begging for a chair to sit down to take the pressure off my feet. I will go and soak them in some water in a bit. But you just think like that, and that just keeps you going. As I say, those 70 years, the least I could do was go and stand with other people in that queue. It's a sense of history. You feel part of history. I will never see that again in my lifetime.
No.
And I just, as a big royalist and a huge fan of the Queen, I wanted to go on a personal level and pay my respects and say thank you in that way. It was an incredible moment. I'm very joyful that
None of us will ever see anything like this again.
Witness it.
No.
Yes.
Well, thank you for sharing that. I know we're going to catch up with you
Yes,
a bit later
we'll talk some more royal news later.
Once you've soaked your feet for a little bit.
Here you are. I mean, if you're listening on the radio, we're looking at these amazing pictures that I'm sure you're familiar with by now. But the queues are not stopping. People, I mean, how long have we been looking at this? 2 days now? And,
yes, when did it start? It's Thursday it
and
started,
the people have not stopped coming into Westminster Hall, filing past and bowing, as we're seeing now, or deep curtsies, sometimes kisses blown to the Queen. And those amazing pictures of the Crown Imperial atop her coffin. And you can't believe it, because that's the crown that locked in the Tower of London, usually.
Yes, indeed. And there is the orb and the sceptre.
Yes, they are there.
On there, which obviously...
We were talking about yesterday, weren't we?
Yeah,
and
remarkable.
The vigil goes on, the guards, as we said yesterday, the Prince's Vigil, which was joined by Princess Anne. Historically, it's been princes up until now, but she once again has broken that tradition. And quite rightly, yeah. And the grandchildren will mount, all of the grandchildren will mount a vigil tonight in the same way. That must have been awesome to walk past.
Well, it is 6:18. Let's bring you up to date with the headlines then. And the Queen's grandchildren, as we were just saying, will hold their vigil this evening. Last night, the King, Princess Royal, Duke of York and the Earl of Wessex held their 15-minute vigil at the Queen's coffin in Westminster Hall.
Meanwhile, in other news, President Zelensky has said the mass grave in the eastern city of Izium is proof of Russia's war crimes. Authorities in Ukraine have found more than 450 bodies buried there, most of which are civilians and some apparently with their hands tied behind their backs. The city in the Kharkiv region has recently been liberated after 6 months of Russian occupation. The Kremlin, meanwhile, denies targeting civilians or committing war crimes.
Andy Murray has admitted he doesn't know how many more Davis Cup chances he has left after Great Britain was knocked out of the competition by the Netherlands in Glasgow. Team GB had to beat the Dutch in the doubles match last night to stay in. Murray, alongside his teammate Joe Salisbury, said it just wasn't to be this week.
Mourners queuing up to see the Queen lying in state are being warned to expect waiting times of at least 25 hours.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, that's a proper mission. Well, joining us now is one man who's braved the wait. GBNews viewer and listener Matt Wilkinson from Southampton. Back home now, Matt. I mean, what was the experience like for you?
It was surreal, to be honest with you. I'd always planned that it was something I was going to do. Yeah, you can't explain it. It's the best of British. You know, we queue, and I was very fortunate. You know, we only queued for 7.5 hours. We got to see her late Majesty at midnight on Wednesday. But yeah, it was quite a spiritual moment. Yeah, incredible. I just wanted to go and say thank you to the Queen for everything that she'd done for our country.
Another special reason, have you ever met her or anything like that?
Yeah, I was very lucky to meet her in 2011. I was a fundraiser and got invited to St James's Palace. And she was just incredible. For those 5 minutes that you meet her, you're the most important person in the world. Just that smile. When her and Prince Philip walked into the room, he went to one side and cracked a joke with some Royal Naval officers, and it just then just laughter in the room, and everyone just felt so relaxed, and she just made everyone feel just at ease, and it was just a wonderful experience.
Am I right in thinking that for your personal vigil, you went with your mum as well?
Yeah, I went with my mum. I was planning to go to camp out overnight, but she was adamant that at 2 o'clock on Wednesday, just before the procession started, she said, no, we've got to leave now. So we caught the train from Southampton up to London, and what surprised me is how quiet it was. But once we got to Waterloo, that's where thousands of people, and we just followed the crowds to Blackfriars, and that's when that was the end of the queue at Blackfriars, and that's where we joined the line.
What did you think of the Prince's Vigil last night, and what are your thoughts on our new monarch, the King?
I'm just incredibly, you know, they've got personal grief, and to be able to actually do what they did last night is just, well, it just makes you feel really, really proud, and the late Queen must be really proud of what her children are doing. And, you know, we all loved the Queen, and her wish would be for us to support the King, so long live the King.
OK, well said. Look, really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. I hope you've managed to recoup on some of that sleep over the last couple of days. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. I must say, even David Beckham looked a bit drained, didn't he, when he got through? He looked very tired. He'd done, a 13-hour wait, hadn't he, I think? And I think everybody was yeah, he looked very tired there, but also incredibly emotional. And it's lovely that he made the effort. He has said that he did it for his whole family too. And he was, he did the real thing. He went right through the queue. 13 hours or so.
And that's what you want. That's what you want to see. I have to say, I've actually got a lot of time for David Beckham.
Oh, absolutely.
And the fact that he did what he did.
He did it. He had a big flat cap, didn't he, that he was wearing the rest of the time. He'd obviously taken it off when he got into Westminster Hall. But apparently in the queue, a lot of people didn't recognise him at first, and then they did, and he, just like we were hearing, he formed his little bunch of people around him, and they were all looking after each other. But he did the occasional selfie.
He knows how to nod properly. He's clearly done it before, though.
He knows how to do it properly, doesn't he? Yes, he's met the Queen many times.
I think for someone as high profile as him to put himself in that position, actually, says a lot about him.
Good on him. I think that's absolutely brilliant.
Now, the royal household have, of course, had plans in place for the Queen's death for decades, actually, but some things, like the continual demand for floral tributes, have put a lot of pressure on people like wholesalers.
Yeah. Northern Ireland reporter Dougie Beattie has caught up with flower sellers to find out about the pressures on them.
Most of them come from Holland. Probably 75% comes from Holland. We also bring from Africa, and we also bring from Colombia. We also bring from Italy. Basically, we bring from around the world, South America, all over.
George Crothers is the manager of one of Northern Ireland's largest flower wholesalers and explains just how tricky it has been to keep the tributes blooming.
Last week sort of caught us by surprise, obviously, because you can't really plan for something like this. A lot of our stuff has to be pre-ordered maybe 2 weeks in advance, like some carnations and spray carnations coming from Colombia. So we've had a very short supply of them because obviously, again, we can't plan 2 weeks in advance for a major event like this.
Even with the logistical hardship of keeping the market supplied, the price hasn't risen from 3 weeks earlier.
We sell by stem, not by bunch, really. So stem price hasn't really gone up much because of the extra demand. So really, they're not paying any more for flowers than they were last week or the week before. Just there's been more volume going out.
Inflationary pressures are there, and like so many others, costs have jumped over the last year, and that is down to one thing.
You're surrounding the fridge, which has to run 24/7. So we can't just say we can't cut costs by turning the fridge off because then we lose the product. So we still have to run our fridge 24/7, which runs on electricity. So we can't just turn the plugs off. We find our own electricity bills gone from 50,000 maybe a year to £100,000 a year. And these costs, what do we do? Where do you go?
It seems that not even the cost of living or the price at the checkout can stop many from saying goodbye.
Hopefully we'll be able to tell them in years to come that they were here and laid the flowers in memory of the Queen.
Well, I just felt it was necessary to come to pay respects to our Queen, who has served us for so many years.
To be honest, I'm here to bring my son to take a little picture, so in years to come I can look back and say, you were born the year of the Queen's Jubilee and when the Queen passed away. So it's just here to pay our respects and make a few little memories.
If you're wondering what will happen to this floral carpet, well, the tributes will be removed and sent to Buckingham Palace, while the flowers will be used for compost and put on the beds in and around Hillsborough Castle. Dougie Beattie, GB News.
They are beautiful to see. Actually, when I was in Green Park heading to our live point on Tuesday, it's just phenomenal, actually.
I think it's beautiful. I know that, well, they'll be mulched, won't they?
Yes, yes.
And used as compost, which is good.
I quite like that as an idea.
I think it's a very good idea. It's about regeneration and, it's natural, isn't it? But I think it is lovely to see blankets of flowers sometimes on very, very incredible occasions like this.
It does make quite a statement. Let's have a look at the newspapers for you. Start with the Mirror. It has the incredible outpouring of support from people paying their respects to the Queen as she lies in state.
And there is the Express, I think, next. Leading on the vigil held by the Queen's 4 children, Charles, Edward, Andrew and Anne.
The Guardian covers the scandal over the plans by the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia to pay respects to the Queen, with the fiancé of the murdered journalist Jamal Khashoggi calling it a stain on the monarch's memory.
The Times has the intensely moving picture of the... Well, it doesn't, actually. That's the Princess of Wales, the new Princess of Wales, meeting soldiers there, people in the armed forces.
Yes, there's the Daily Telegraph. Describes the royal outpouring of support to the Queen as a devotion to duty. And the Mail, Vigil for Mama. And it notes again that the time taking now to join that queue is allegedly going to be something like 25 hours. So we're full of warnings about the fact that the palace are now saying don't travel to join the queue because you probably won't make it. And you've got to take that very... I mean, if you are not sort of young, fit and healthy, that may be a real problem.
Yeah.
You don't want to be collapsing halfway through the queue or anything like that, which has happened to one or two people.
Yeah, and bear in mind, yesterday there was a queue to join the queue. So it could get silly, couldn't it? Could get ridiculous.
So think of yourself as well in all of this, if you're really up for doing that, because it's a very, very long time.
Stay in and watch the telly, because we'll keep you up to date on everything.
Yeah, it's very true. Well, let's go through some of those papers with former Conservative advisor Claire Pearsall and the political editor of HuffPost UK, Kevin Schofield. Good to see you both this morning. Kevin, let's start with the Mirror. Should we be looking at the Vigil at 7:30 last night or just after?
Yeah, I mean, it was quite a moment, obviously, for the 4 children to stand vigil. And it must have been incredible, actually, for members of the public, who have queued, as I've just been saying, queued for anything up to 24 hours to come in at that precise moment, because it was quite a short window. I think it was only 20 minutes that they were standing vigil for. So to see the new king and the other members of the royal family within yards, at that time, which was already a pretty awe-inspiring moment, must have just added to the sense of history, really. But yeah, I mean, I guess because we've not seen this for 70 years, probably no one realised that this was all part of the arrangements.
No.
So to see them standing vigil like that is, as I say, it's quite an incredible sight, isn't it?
I used the word brutal earlier. It struck me as I know that they agreed to do it, and the Queen would have agreed to all this as well, but it just seemed very medieval and brutal.
It does, and they've never been given time to grieve. And this is what I always find really difficult. Anybody that's suffered a loss, that moment that you are on your own, I couldn't get out of bed when my mum had died 6 years ago. It was getting up in the morning and having to face the world. And that was bad enough for me, and I only had to leave my house and go to, the supermarket. But to face the general public, to face the world, to stand there, bowing your head, in front of everybody for your mother, I think you're right. Brutal, it does feel brutal. I know they're brought up in this kind of world. I know that they understand what their rules and regulations are surrounding the monarchy and what they're expected. But it's got to take the toll on them. I mean, I'm just in admiration.
Charles looked absolutely done in, as we would say at North last night. To be fair.
Because, this has been within a day, really, of his mum dying. He's been out.
Straight on it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, I think there'll be a time when it'll happen.
I hope so.
Anne looks done in as well, actually, to be fair. She's strong, but done in.
Yes, and to see her getting some flowers, receiving flowers that were for her and her face. And I thought that was such a poignant moment, that somebody recognised that she had also had a loss, but was still working incredibly hard, and she just looked so grateful.
Nevertheless, the picture on most of the front pages is about what we're about, isn't it? It's terribly British, and it is strong and stiff upper lip, but whilst also being a family.
Yeah, and, a lot of the people, obviously, in the queue are tourists who just happen to be here at this time. American, I think, a lot of them, who are fascinated by the whole British way of life. This isn't typical, but as you say, it is still a very British thing, really. And it's quite extraordinary.
Well, queuing is a very British thing. The Eye calling it, Claire, the Elizabeth line.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I think they've missed out a chance to call it, line of duty, or many other puns also available. But it is quite fascinating that it has become a thing of its own right, the queue. And I've seen so many things on social media where people have called it's the next movie to come out. You can just imagine... it's the queue, it's the romantic relationships that are made in the queue, it's the friendships that are born from it, from what is an incredibly British pastime, the queue. And it seems to be very good-natured. And from friends of mine that have been there have said that actually that was part of the experience of all of this. This is the pit that's actually made it. I'm not sure that I could quite manage 24, 25 hours in a queue, especially with the weather being as it is at the the But it's interesting.
The Star have got that front page headline that says QE2. And I think that is brilliant because you can't help thinking, just as you said, there will be a movie one day that's, that's called that, The Queue or QE2 or something, because this is a phenomenon, isn't it?
It is, and when you look at the logistics of the queue, I mean, it is quite a feat in itself. And it's the people coming over Lambeth Bridge and Parliament is just in sight, and then they see there's the crocodile fencing that they then still have to queue round, and it's still another 2 or 3 hours from Lambeth Bridge to get into Westminster Hall. It's not a vast distance on foot. You can do it in, 6 or 7 minutes, but 2 or 3 hours of queuing. People are outstanding. I am always amazed when you see things like this, and it makes you incredibly proud that people will do this and they want to show and share their respects.
Yeah, people who are suffering themselves with disabilities or they've got very young children with them.
I don't know how they do it.
No, I don't know. I mean,
I've got to be honest, I don't know.
Like I said yesterday, there was an 85-year-old man in the queue. There probably is older now by now.
Yeah.
But how on earth? And yet they do it. If that isn't British resolve, I don't know what is.
Well, absolutely, and not many opportunities for a cup of tea or a
toilet
comfort
break.
Yes,
No.
which I always look at these days. These are my sort of requirements if I'm going somewhere.
And also glad to see that some people who might have actually used their celebrity or position in the world to slip in on the side actually did the long queue.
Well, hasn't that just put David Beckham into national hero category for doing that? 10 hours. That's stamina. And I respect him for that, and I think a lot of people will. There are some who jump the queue and have walked through. But no, fair play to him. I really admire that he stood there. Could you imagine, though, standing in the queue and then suddenly going, oh, you look a bit familiar.
Yes. He was wearing that flat cap sort of right down over his eyes. But yes, after queuing with him for 2 or 3 hours, you'd think, is that who I think it is?
Exactly. And I think
you would have to ask, wouldn't you?
You would have to ask.
You look really like David Beckham.
And there's no way he can escape from it, can he? He's not going to...
Can't move from the queue at that point.
No, it's lovely. I think that really is nice that he did that.
What is the King saying in the Times, Kevin?
Yeah, so it's quite interesting. As we know, Charles has been quite political in the past, and he's said that he will obviously be completely impartial going forward. He realises he can no longer campaign on the various things that are dear to his heart. But that doesn't stop him from expressing views privately. Now, he had a meeting yesterday with Mark Drakeford, who's the First Minister of Wales. Now, I don't know protocol-wise whether this is a breach of protocol or not, but Mark Drakeford has told another TV station afterwards about exactly what they spoke about. And
he shouldn't have done that, should he, really?
I don't think so. No, I think that's right.
And it was the cost of living, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's a deeply political thing right now. I mean, I happen to think, fair play to him, actually, for being, in touch enough to be aware of it and to talk about his concerns, But yeah, he basically said that he was worried about the impact of the cost of living crisis and how that will impact on people here in Wales. He's concerned at how people will manage through what is going to be a difficult winter, according to Mark Drakeford. So yeah, I think it's an indication, leaving the protocol thing to one side, I think it's an indication that even though he's become monarch, he is still, I think, behind the scenes. He's not going to bite his lip. He is going to.
But I mean, this is the thing with the monarch. They do raise these concerns in private meetings,
and it's not supposed to come out.
It's not supposed to come out.
Yeah.
No.
So yeah, I think maybe a breach of protocol, but at the same time, I think it is important, especially when there's going to be a lot of pomp and ceremony, and there are going to be people saying, "Well, hang on a minute, this kind of jars a little bit with the cost of living crisis." If Charles can give a nod to the fact that he is aware of it and is concerned about it, I don't think that will do him any harm.
I think people will be really pleased to
hear
that's
what I mean. I don't think it'll do him any harm at all.
That his concern hasn't faded just because he's been elevated.
Yeah, exactly.
It's interesting, though, isn't it? I can't imagine many people being too annoyed. I mean, obviously, this is costing money. Obviously, it is. But it is for the Queen.
Yeah.
I mean, quite what happens, what it's like with the coronation, and whether that's going to be pared down slightly.
Well, yeah, I think that's going to be, if it's still economically bad, and it might not be for another year, I think.
But that will be his choice. Do you think they will hold it off that long for Charles?
I think it'll certainly be into the spring. I don't think that you can go ahead with it right now. I think it's at least 6 months away before that will happen. I do wonder if it will be pared down. Given that he has got this interest in the cost of living, he might look at it and look to start his his reign as monarch with that kind of note and a paring down ceremony for the coronation.
I think it would be quite a nice touch.
Yeah, I do.
Well, especially after the hugeness of this.
Yeah.
There's no need for an enormous coronation, I don't know.
No, I think the event in itself...
It could be more religious, maybe. It could be contained.
Yeah, and I wonder if he will take that view, that he can do this smaller and a much more religious moment for himself. But we'll wait and see. I think it'll be a very good move if he does.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I mean, looking back onto Monday, Claire, and the funeral, The Guardian raising issues about Saudi Arabia's involvement. I mean, this is a diplomatic event as much as anything, and people don't really realise that.
It's not. I mean, this is a state funeral. The protocol will allow for heads of state, foreign heads of state, to come over. Now, there is some debate as to whether the Crown Prince is actually attending the funeral.
Yes, he may just be invited to certain receptions.
Absolutely. And those close to Mohammed bin Salman said that he doesn't like to attend an event where he is not at the centre of it.
Oh, right. Well,
that's very similar.
2 rows back. You know, he may not wish to do that, but unfortunately, and as uncomfortable as this is, these people have to be invited.
Yeah.
Now, whether they attend and how good the diplomatic corps of each country is remains to be seen.
I mean, who on earth is going to organise the seating arrangements?
Oh.
I mean, what a nightmare.
And we all know this from family events. You can't put so-and-so next to so-and-so. And there was some thought that these people would be brought in from their aeroplanes by bus, that they would all be transported on a coach together. And you can't imagine how that was ever going to work.
No.
Who would sit next to who would be in the same coach as someone else. So I think that it would be an advisable thing if he did remain away from it, but you cannot stop somebody from coming if they are invited.
Not a country with whom we do have proper diplomatic
we do, and
relations.
this is,
and we do,
and we do, and this is what I say. It doesn't matter how uncomfortable any of this is, and I don't take anything away from the fiancé of Jamal Khashoggi. But it's also not for us to get involved. And I think this is where we all have an opinion on it. But it isn't our decision.
Yes, because this is a state funeral.
Yeah.
This isn't, as it were, a private funeral. This is a state funeral. So, to a sense, it's political.
Oh, it's very political, yeah. I mean, the Foreign Office will have gone through the lists and will score out so-and-so. And, you know, so you've got Russia and Belarus. They're not invited at all. You've got other countries where relations aren't great. They're invited, but only at ambassadorial level, so you're not having the head of state. So the Chinese invitation has been very controversial because they have taken action against, I think it's 7 parliamentarian sanctions against them. So you've had Ian Duncan Smith saying, who is one of them, why are they being invited at all, really? So you had controversy yesterday when Lindsay Hoyle, the Speaker, banned anyone from the Chinese party coming along. Oh, he didn't?
He didn't, and that was the really interesting thing. Ian Duncan Smith raised the concern about this, but the Speaker of the House of Commons isn't in charge of Westminster Hall. That falls under the Lord's Speaker. Yes, so it's the Lord's property. So Lindsay actually hasn't banned anybody from doing anything. And this is the unfortunacy of it. It's all been blown up into a sort of great big out of proportion. The Foreign Office made the report. Ian Duncan Smith has taken it in a way that he's taken it, which isn't necessarily correct.
Talking of Black Rod, did you see there was a lovely clip that's gone all around the world now of an American reporter who's out on the queue interviewing people in the queue, and she got this nice gentleman and she was talking to him and she said, is there any special reason you're here? And he said, well, I used to just work over there. And he sort of pointed back towards Westminster and she said, oh, what, did you actually work there? And he said, yeah. And she said, what did you do? And he said, well, I was Black Rod.
Yeah.
And he's a former Black Rod.
Yeah,
and he was
yeah.
he just joined the queue.
Yeah.
And he said, yes, well, that was my job. I was Black Rod there for about 5 years or something.
And he was saying he was explaining that when he was in the job, you know, part of his job was preparing
Oh, yeah.
for
Yes.
this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he seemed like a lovely man, and he was just,
He
just
was
in the
superb.
queue, wasn't he?
Yes, he
It
is
was
superb.
a lovely moment.
What's
And
her
it's
official
great.
title? Is it Gentleman Usher of Blackrod or something, of the Blackrod?
I think so. It is a
something like
longer.
that.
It is a longer.
I should know that, but I don't.
Yes, well, we all should know that. And the funny thing was, he said to her, she said, "Oh, what's a black rod?" And he said, and he explained, he said, "You have black rod." Oh, she was Australian, wasn't she?
Australian, yeah.
He said, "You have a black rod in Australia, you know." And she said, "No, I didn't know."
Yes, and you sort of sense that.
It was a lovely conversation, and he was so nice and natural. Brilliant.
Gentleman Usher of the Blackrod.
Yes, Gentleman Usher.
That's
right. There you go.
Rod. Yeah. We now have a lady black rod, don't
We do.
we? So is she a gentleman?
No, she's a lady Usher of the Blackrod.
She's a lady Usher.
The first one ever,
You've
yeah.
got to get it right, haven't you?
Yes, we do.
We're all learning lots of new things, aren't we? Constitution.
Meanwhile, Kevin, and we had the news breaking in the programme yesterday about the 2 police officers stabbed in Leicester Square.
Yeah, I mean, like, while the focus, understandably, is on the Queen's death, I mean, this is a huge story, really. I mean, it just, again, shows how dangerous the job is and has become even more dangerous, I think, as a police officer. My wife is actually a police officer in the Met, so it kind of stops you in your tracks, you know, when you when you see this. Just 2 police officers on patrol approaching a man, female police officer first. He allegedly, I should say, stabs her in the arm and then runs off. Her colleague gets a hold of him or tracks him down, and he attacks him as well. So,
but it's a very serious wound in her arm,
serious,
apparently.
potentially life-changing.
She's lost a lot of blood.
Yeah. And it's just, it's terrifying. And I know that knife crime, particularly in the capital, is particularly bad. And it's just another example of the vital work that
we had a
police
mother who emailed in yesterday on GBNews. She said she was the mother of two serving Met officers, and she said your blood freezes when you hear the news that, you know, there's been an incident and police people have been very seriously injured. She said, all I can cling to is the fact they would have rung me by now. But gosh, so the city life goes on, and there's still a problem to be...
It does, and they say, you know, that there's no suggestion that this was in any way linked to National Mourning or a terrorist incident. I think it just seems to have been, unfortunately, a random incident involving somebody obviously very dangerous carrying a weapon. But yeah, it's just... Once politics gets back to normal next week, you know, this is the type of thing that the government's going to have to
got to be looked at. Well, and
really
Sadiq Khan, actually, has got to really look at this,
they've
hasn't
got
he?
to come to grips with that.
Let's have a look at economic chaos in the eye, if we can, Claire. I mean, I suppose we have to keep a throttle, remind ourselves of what we're having to face as the weather gets colder, actually, and now our heating bills are going up. It's freezing this morning.
Yes, and this is unfortunate news for those with a mortgage. And it looks like it's going to increase due to the pound hitting a 37-year low. So the currency market has taken a massive battering, which is going to increase people's mortgage payments, and it could... Why does
that affect our mortgage payments?
It's all to do with the sort of the base rate of mortgages and percentage points, and normally a falling pound would increase inflation, but because our inflation is already increased, it's going to just hit interest rates even harder. It's one of these sort of very complicated fiscal events, and it looks to add around £700 a year onto a mortgage.
Onto the average mortgage?
Onto the average mortgage, which could be £60 a month increase. Yep. Which is enormous when we're looking at costs going up for everything else, and especially with energy bills looking to raise by another sort of £200-300 a month for most people. Adding another £60-70 is just going to tip people over the edge. And it comes on to the 30-year anniversary of Black Wednesday, so it's all, unfortunately, history seeming to repeat itself with the pound being at its lowest point for that time.
Now, haven't we got Kwasi Kwarteng doing sort of mini budget or whatever it's called?
On next Friday.
On this Friday.
Yeah,
it better be good.
Well, I mean, under a lot of pressure. You know, they've said that they're going to cut tax. They say put more money in people's pockets, and that'll lead to economic growth. Well, it's a
What's
big
happening,
gamble.
What's
It's a big
happening with
gamble.
this new price cap of £2,500? Is that gone through yet? In
Yes.
terms of, has that received approval in the House?
Well, that we're told doesn't need
need it.
legislative approval. So that was the concern, that this was announced, if you remember, and then within hours the Queen died, and obviously politics just stopped. And everyone was wondering, well, hang on, does this mean that the energy package doesn't go ahead? But yeah, we're told, certainly for households, the business element of it is up in the air a little bit, but certainly for households, from October the 1st, this new cap is for 2 years is going to kick in. But, you know, regardless, it's still, energy bills are still going to be a lot higher than they were this time last year. And if the more you use, the more you pay.
Yeah, well, that's still higher than the energy cap, which comes into force on the 1st of October. So but at least it's going to stop it going up to whatever it might have done at one stage. But anyway, look, thank you both. Well, that's rather depressing news, really.
Yeah.
But there you go. We shall catch up with you both a little bit later on, Kevin and Claire. Let's bring you up to date with some of the headlines this morning at 6:49. And the Prime Minister will meet world leaders ahead of the Queen's funeral on Monday. Liz Truss speaking to her New Zealand and Australian counterparts later on today in what Downing Street are calling chats rather than formal meetings.
The police watchdog investigating the fatal shooting of Chris Carber by an armed officer will consider whether race was a factor. But the 24-year-old's family says they're angry that the investigation could take as long as 9 months to conclude. Mr. Carber, who was about to become a father, was killed 2 weeks ago in South London following a police pursuit of his car. He was unarmed.
A trade union Congress survey shows that 3 in 4 want the controversial practice of fire and rehire to end. Almost just as many want a ban on 0 hours contracts. It comes as the TUC has warned the Prime Minister not to water down workers' rights. Oh, excuse me. I'm woken up full of cold today.
Oh.
It's
oh no.
Full of cold, and then coming to work this morning, it was noticeably colder.
Yes, and I have to say it's incredibly
turning.
cold in this studio as well. So yeah, that's not going to do you any good at all, is it?
No.
You've got a fever.
No, oh, I hope not. Have I?
I don't know.
No.
I don't know how hot you normally are. That's the first time I've felt your forehead.
Extremely. Well, I'll tell you what, whatever happens, we'll be having a day off before Tuesday.
Oh, gosh, no, whatever
Because we're all extremely busy up until that point. And actually, it's one thing as someone in this line of work, you wouldn't want to miss it. Being a chance to be involved. It's the way we pay our respects, in a way, isn't it? To be able to be involved in things like this. I know it probably sounds a bit weird to say, well, it's your job, which it is, but it is a chance to show our respect and be respectful to Her Majesty. I think.
It's a strange word, but it is a wonderful thing to be involved in, isn't it? Awe-inspiring. And a lot of famous faces and names have been seen paying their respects to the Queen in the queue. We've been talking about David Beckham, who queued for something like 13 hours, side by side with the public. And in the end, he got talked into doing a few selfies, didn't mind that. And he got all the way into Westminster Hall.
Yeah, quite actually, hats off to him. Remarkable, I think. Let's talk to Charlotte Griffiths, who's editor-at-large of the Mail on Sunday. Good to see you this morning. I mean, you have to say, celebrities get a lot of stick a lot of the time. When people like Mr. Beckham do something like this, actually, when you realise the pressures that they're under and, frankly, how difficult it must be, praise where praise is due, I would say.
Yeah, I agree, Stephen. This is a man who probably hasn't queued for anything for most of his adult life. I've seen him in Glastonbury a couple of times. He just sails past every queue to the front of every VIP bar. But here he was queuing for many hours, got there at 2 a.m, wasn't noticed for several hours. But then when he was noticed, I imagine it was really stressful. First of all, people were joking that he looked like a Peaky Blinder. And second of all, they were asking him for selfies so often that it actually delayed the queue a bit, which must have been a lot of pressure on him. And of course, he wants to be a nice, friendly face and offer those selfies out. But imagine doing selfies for the next 6 hours. Credit where credit's due, as you say. Good on him.
Obviously about the fact that there certain well-known people also sort of use their celebrity status or whatever to slide in at the sidelines. But you certainly couldn't begrudge some world leaders who are arriving. For instance, Jacinda, is it Ardern?
Yes.
Jacinda Ardern from New Zealand, who obviously has only just got into the country. She wanted to be there and she must have just been slipped in.
Yes, so this queue has its own government department, amazingly, DCMS, and they arrange a select number of passes that you go in through the House of Lords and then you come out through a side entrance, but you don't actually file all the way past the coffin if you do that. So I think she came out through the side, filed down through the end of the coffin. So if it makes you feel any better, she didn't have exactly the same experience as the people that queued for a long time. I think Holly and Phil had the same situation. But I can't blame her either. She's just flown all the way from New Zealand. She's on, she's got to be seriously on parade on Monday, so she had to sort of get it done.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned Holly and Phil. I mean, I know they used the excuse that they were filming something for this morning, but actually it's gone down very, very badly.
Lead balloon time, yes.
And quite
People
rightly so, I would
it.
say.
Well, I suppose so. I mean, Susanna Reid is also on television, also involved in the media, and she didn't use her access to that pass. She queued like a normal person. So I suppose we can give them a bit of a hard time. But I have to say, I did stand at the same press box at the end. They had to stand in a press box as well. They weren't actually allowed to go past the coffin. So maybe they use their celebrity status. Maybe they use their status as kind of high-profile people in the media. Yeah.
It's interesting that you say, Susanna Reid, queued like ordinary people. Well, we are. It doesn't matter if you're on television or not. We are all ordinary people.
Yeah, she was with her mum as well. And I think that's what's amazing. I mean, David Beckham, it was almost sad to see him on his own. He said he was there on behalf of the rest of the family. As a family, it would have been impossible for them. I can't even believe he did it.
Can you imagine Victoria Beckham's stilettos after 13 hours?
Wow.
He couldn't have done it.
I mean, exactly. We've all been told that we've all been warned to wear very sensible shoes. But a lot of people are doing these things with other members of other generations within their own family, aren't they? You see that time and again, very young, accompanied by very old.
Yes, when I was there, I saw that there were sort of basically grannies with their grandchildren. And David Beckham said that his love of the royal family actually came from his grandparents. And it's really nice and touching to see, because it is that older generation that have known the Queen for most of her 70-year reign that really passes on that love and that sort of love of tradition to their grandchildren. I think it's actually a really nice thing to see. I noticed that a lot of the grandchildren were less emotional than the older people, but were supporting their grandparents. And it's lovely.
Obviously the millions that are queuing past is one thing, but the vast majority of people in the UK are not going to get down to London, perhaps even not want to get to London, which I certainly can't blame them for. But what are we going to see across the country on Monday for places where people can gather to watch the events?
Yeah, it's a difficult one. My local pub owner was debating with me whether or not to open the pub on Monday and put up a screen, and he decided not to because he thought it was perhaps not very respectful. But actually people need a place to gather, don't they, to watch it, because I think there's a real sense that people want to watch this together. So I think people are going to go to local community halls and find screens in their local area. And then just anecdotally, I heard that there were surge hotel prices all the way up in Bradford. And so people are really gathering all over the country. They're not just sort of packing down to London. And that's possibly because London's at 90% capacity, apparently. So the prices are just extortionate. So I think people are going to create pockets of communities around the country where they can gather together and watch it on a screen.
I think that's a really lovely thing to do, actually. Charlotte Griffiths, editor-at-large from the Mail on Sunday, good to talk to you. Thank you.
Yes, and indeed we hear that they have decided deliberately, after the funeral procession ends in London, when the Queen is then transported to Windsor, they're not going to do it via the motorway, which is the quick way from London to Windsor. They're going to do it along the A roads. So you'll be able to actually figure out whether, if you live near, you'd be able to go and wave along on the roadside. And they've done that deliberately. So again, it gives more people the chance to see the Queen on her final journey, and that really will be the final journey, won't it?
Really will, really will. Look, we've got lots more coming up for you in just a moment. But first, let's have a look at the weather today.
Hello, I'm Aidan McGivern from the Met Office. A chilly start out there for many, but sunny spells fairly widely up and down the country, and there'll be fewer showers today compared with the last couple of days. High pressure is moving in. Around the eastern side of that high, we have seen a number of showers during Friday and overnight for eastern and northern parts of the UK, and there's still the possibility of one or two further showers, particularly for eastern parts of Norfolk and Suffolk as we start off the weekend, as well as the north of Scotland, where there will be cloudier skies, I think. Elsewhere, it's mostly dry. There'll be sunny spells, so widely blue skies across central and southern, as well as southwestern parts of the UK. And with lighter winds compared with Friday, it will feel a touch warmer, temperatures reaching 16 to 18 or even 19 Celsius in the south, 12 to 16 for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Into the evening on Saturday, we'll see the skies remain mostly clear across much of England and Wales, at least at first. But for Scotland and Northern Ireland, thicker cloud gradually pushes in from the Atlantic. That will bring some showers into western Scotland in particular, those showers reaching central and southern parts of Scotland, Northern Ireland, and later northwest England as well as North Wales. With that cloud cover, it's not going to be quite as chilly, temperatures mostly staying up in the high single figures as we start off Sunday, but still a fair amount of bright weather out there, sunny spells for the south and the east in particular, thicker cloud towards the northwest, and further showers to come, especially around Irish Sea coast, western Scotland, Northern Ireland as well, one or two drifting into the Midlands. But temperatures in many places a degree or so higher compared with Saturday, because we'll have lost that northerly airflow. We're replacing it with more of a westerly airflow, and that trend continues into Monday. I think a lot of cloud out there, most places dry, and temperatures will be ticking up a degree or so higher compared with Sunday.
Mourners face waiting times of up to 25 hours to pay their final respects to the Queen.
Good morning. You're watching and listening to Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
Well, following the death of Her Majesty, we're bringing you all the details as we come to terms with life in Britain under a new monarch.
And the wait to see the Queen lying in state is now nearing capacity, with the expected wait time, they're saying, around 25 hours. Officials have now asked the public not to travel to join the queue.
Last night, a man was arrested after approaching the Queen's coffin in Westminster Hall. He's currently being held in custody under the Public Order Act.
And later today, the Prince of Wales and the Duke of Sussex, apparently, that's Prince Harry, of course, will observe a 15-minute vigil for their late grandmother alongside other grandchildren. Both princes will be dressed in full military uniform, as requested by the King.
Well, the funeral on Monday could be the largest event the UK has ever seen as world leaders arrive. The Prime Minister is going to meet New Zealand's Premier, Jacinda Ardern, and the Australian leader, Anthony Albanese, later on today, with talks planned with the American President Joe Biden tomorrow.
Do please share your fond memories of the Queen and your feelings, I think, at seeing the Prince's vigil, including Princess Anne, yesterday, and the fact that we're going to see a grandchildren's vigil this evening. What are your thoughts? GB Views at gbnews.uk.
I do think it was remarkable seeing the King and Princess Anne, Prince Edward and, and Prince Andrew last night. It was something, well, majestic, I suppose is the word that springs to mind.
Yes.
But it was just something extremely special, and yet a real insight it felt into something extremely personal. I mean, it was, as you said, a bit brutal.
It was, but it was almost also like a historic cameo, wasn't it? Mm. It was almost walking past something that doesn't belong in this century.
Yes, yeah.
And that is sort of magical in a way.
But it was the respect And to see, you never know what goes on in a family, do you? And they've had their issues like all others. But to see the respect, I mean, particularly, I have to say, because there seems to be more focus on Princess Anne and the King, obviously, but to see the respect in their faces, to see the respect of the King for his mother, I think is very important, knowing how much we love Queen Elizabeth. And for the King to have a successful reign, we need to know how he feels about his mother, don't we?
Discipline, I suppose, is a big word, and we're used to seeing the discipline of our armed forces at ceremonial events like this, and they're impeccable, aren't they? And you're so proud. But to see the Queen's own children in their military uniform behaving in much the same manner, incredibly disciplined, and just behaving perfectly. Stoic, not giving anything away, really, doing their duty, I find incredibly humbling.
Yeah.
I can't help but be proud. I mean, the procession we're seeing is one earlier, obviously, when the Queen was being taken to Westminster Hall, where Prince Harry and Prince Andrew were obliged not to wear their military uniform. But Prince Andrew did last night, and apparently Prince Harry will tonight.
At the request of the King.
Yes.
So it's going to be interesting to see quite what Harry wears tonight. I mean, blues and royals, one would imagine.
It's symbolism, I guess, as well, isn't it?
But then to see all these members of the armed forces doing their duty, which must be the honour and privilege of their careers.
Gosh, yes, they'll never forget it.
They'll never forget it.
They'll be telling their grandchildren.
Some of them I noticed last night were quite old, you know, for members of the armed forces of a much sort of
members
higher
of
rank
the ones
or
with the plumes on their helmets.
They seem older.
Gentlemen of the something. Well, I'll have to look it up. Helder Manku was telling us yesterday. He knew it. But yes, some of them are older.
They're older.
It's an older order or something. I think.
But even this, when the well, I don't know what they're called, staffs or whatever, are turned upside down and all that. I mean, it's
and then
just,
they lean forward on them with their heads bowed.
I mean, it's just beautiful. But everything has a meaning. That will all mean something. There'll be a reason behind it all, which I think is part of the beauty of these sort of events, that nothing happens without a reason, without a purpose.
Do you know what I mean? It's like something from a medieval tapestry.
And it was interesting. I was looking at, there was a close-up of some of the faces last night, and I saw although the heads were bowed, some of the eyes were darting about. And I said to Lance Corporal Dixon at home, should they be doing that? He said, yes, they absolutely should be doing that.
Because they are a guard.
They are guarding the Queen. And so they need to look and see what's going on. That is part of their duty.
How interesting.
So it's...
So it's not just ceremony. They're not just standing there like human statues.
No, they are doing a job.
They are actually guarding.
They are doing a job. And one which they will take extremely seriously. And there was an incident last night.
Yes, there was.
You know, and that's thankfully the only one, I think. So it's, you know, there is a job to be done.
The incident was dealt with within a couple of seconds, apparently, as you would hope and expect. And have you noticed, I think it's very noticeable that the crowds coming in now, the queues are thicker.
Yes, they are, aren't they?
Much more so. They're obviously worried that they're not going to get through everybody yet. And so more people are being allowed in at a time. You see, which is something we're not often seeing, gentlemen going in to look at the candles. Because that's something, somebody said that to me yesterday. I wonder how long those candles burn
Yes,
for.
someone said at the house last night about...
And I said, well, I have seen it, and you're seeing it now. They are either changing the candles now, or at least they're monitoring them, and maybe monitoring the molten wax coming down and making sure it goes where it's meant to go.
I suppose they're probably I mean, they're very big. They probably last 24 hours or so, but probably replaced in the wee small hours, I should
That's
think.
what they're attending the candles. Everything's being done so beautifully, so tastefully. And there they go.
Is it, you were saying yesterday, is it a catafalque?
A catafalque, yeah. It's just the dais on which is... Well, the dais is the red carpeted area, and the catafalque is the purple area. It's basically just a stand on which the coffin rests. Yeah.
It's interesting, all these terms that we suddenly become familiar with.
Well, it almost sounds ancient Egyptian, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
Well, it was a remarkable moment last night, I think, with the Prince's Vigil, as they call it, even though, of course, there was a princess quite rightly involved too. But tonight, the Queen's grandchildren, including Princes William and Harry, will hold their vigil beside the coffin to honour their grandmother.
They'll be joined by Peter Phillips, Zara Tindall, Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie, and other family members in Westminster Hall.
Well, our national reporter Theo Chicomba sent us this report about yesterday's events.
It was yet another day of queuing in central London, but relief for those who'd waited through the night. Among them, familiar faces including former England international David Beckham. The route's been getting longer throughout the week, now stretching nearly 5 miles, worth every minute for those waiting.
I was surprised how much losing her has actually affected me. You know, I was here with my family back for the Diamond Jubilee, seeing the barges go past, and just wanted to come and pay my respects and thank her.
I didn't know I was going to come, but having watched it over and over on TV, and I felt like this is the right thing to do.
Queen was the only stable thing that kept world spinning and going on, and it was hard loss, and we felt it everywhere.
But just before 11 a.m. on Friday, the government announced that Southwark Park reached capacity, with entry being paused for up to 6 hours. However, that didn't last long. These were the scenes when it reopened just after midday for those who were already there. Meanwhile, outside of London, following a day of rest in Gloucestershire, the King arrived in Wales for the first time since he became monarch, greeted by a gun salute. Alongside the Queen Consort, they attended a prayer and reflection service at Llandaff Cathedral. The First Minister of Wales, Mark Drakeford, attended, as well as the Prime Minister, Liz Truss. This was followed by a visit to the Senedd in Cardiff Bay.
I take up my new duties with immense gratitude for the privilege of having been able to serve as Prince of Wales. That ancient title, dating from the time of those great Welsh rulers like Llywelyn ap Griffiths, whose memory is still rightly honoured, I now pass to my son William.
And for their final destination, they visited Cardiff Castle, where crowds gathered, including members of the Aberfan wife group.
King Charles has had a connection with us over the years. We've visited his home in Wales and his home Highgrove, and he's just made a connection with us. We had a bond with the Queen as well. She visited Aberfan on a number of occasions, so it's all come from that really, and he invited us here today.
Back in London, world leaders have begun to arrive. New Zealand's Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern paid her respect on Friday afternoon. And for those wishing to see the Queen's lying in state, the doors will remain open until 6:30 on Monday morning ahead of the funeral. Theo Chicomba, GB News.
I think we're going live now to our political editor, Darren McCaffrey, who is, I think, at
Palace.
Is that the Buckingham Palace behind you, Darren?
Yes,
it is, of course.
I am in I am. A very good morning to you. I'm outside Buckingham Palace on a very, very, very nice day, it must be said, this morning.
Darren, I mean, what is happening politically with all of this? Because it is remarkable the number of world leaders who are now jetting in to the UK. I mean, on a political and diplomatic front, this is quite a mission.
Yeah, it really is indeed, and actually quite a big security operation. I'm not entirely sure this country has seen anything like it since the last state funeral, which was Winston Churchill back in 1955. There are going to be presidents, princes, kings, leaders, heads of government, heads of state arriving over this weekend. As we just heard in that report, Jacinda Ardern, for example, the New Zealand Prime Minister is already here. People like Joe Biden, the US President, are going to arrive. Emmanuel Macron, the French President, the King of Spain, Belgium, from of Sweden, the Vice President of China also expected. And that means, yes, diplomatically, it's a very important moment. And we know that King Charles is going to have a reception for those world leaders inside Buckingham Palace the night before the funeral, and that the Prime Minister Liz Truss is going to meet some of those leaders as well as they arrive here on Sunday evening. But unsurprisingly, it is going to mean a massive security operation for the Metropolitan Police to have so many VIPs in one area with their own demands and their own needs and, frankly, their own security. It's going to be an incredibly complex position to try and make it work all terribly smoothly, but they will be there, 500 of them, in places in Westminster Abbey on Monday morning. As for what it's like here at Buckingham Palace this morning, interestingly, I've just walked essentially from the Palace of Westminster down here, and normally on a Saturday morning things are pretty quiet, aren't they? There's not that many people around at 7 a.m. But today is really different. Even though there's nothing really happening at Buckingham Palace, there are still lots and lots of people milling around, hundreds walking through St James's Park, walking along the Mall, people clearly, some of them camping for Monday already. And it's really interesting, actually, just to kind of soak up that atmosphere in a little way, but people are continuing to queue, as you suggested, overnight, try and get into the Palace of Westminster to the Lion and State of Westminster Hall. That queue essentially already 25 hours long. There you go, those are the live pictures just from Southwark, so I think actually Lambeth, that is, just across the bridge there, Lambeth Bridge in London. The government effectively telling people not really to turn up unless you really, really, really want to, simply because that queue is now so long. And I suspect, Stephen, at some point today, they will possibly turn around and say, it's capacity, because by the time they get all those people through, yes, it's going to last until Monday morning, but at some stage they'll say it's too long for everyone, that it's the tail end, those at the end will only just get there in time. So in terms of what's happening today with the King, not really much happening, actually. I think this is another day of rest for him. It's pretty quiet, as they say, down here at Buckingham Palace when you get in the media pen, but there are still, as you would expect on a Saturday, particularly a nice day like this, but lots of people milling around, soaking up the atmosphere, and many, I'm sure, maybe contemplating whether they're going to join that queue, because there are lots of people who want to be there. And I'll just leave you with a quote from one person who was there when the princes were there last night, and they say, to see them standing there, it's emotional anyway, but there are just no words for it. It took my breath away. It was surreal. You just can't believe you're there. That's one testimony from one woman who managed to turn up at the same time as the princes and the Princess Royal were there last night. Clearly quite an incredible experience.
Yeah, absolutely so. Darren, thank you. Interesting, because Anthony's been in touch. Morning, Anthony. You said, one of my friends queued for 11 hours to see the Queen. He said that the first thought he had on entering the hall at the top of the stairs, looking down at the Queen, was like coming out of the darkness and into the light.
Oh.
A beautiful feeling beyond description.
When you've waited for 11 or 12 hours, I can imagine you really do feel that, yeah. I also think it must be incredible standing at the top of the steps waiting to come down. And just thinking of the history of that hall. Like I've been saying, I can never quite get over the fact that Anne Boleyn held her wedding reception there. And that people like, King Charles and
Guy
Fawkes were tried there and sentenced to death there in that same hall. I mean, the sense of walking into history must be incredible.
Oh, yeah.
Well, joining us now is royal correspondent for the Sunday Mirror, Sarah Louise Robertson, who did just that yourself, didn't you? Yes. Did you? You talked earlier about the sense of history hits you wham.
Hundreds of years of British history and tradition and ceremony. There's nothing like it on earth, I don't think, as to what we have in terms of that history and that sense of belonging and everything that's gone before us to bring us to this current day. It's incredible.
And adding to that history, I think it was and I don't know if you managed to watch it as you were in the queue last night, but the Prince's Vigil, and now we get the grandchildren's Vigil today. I mean, these are, again, moments of history actually happening.
That's it, that we're witnessing happening to us. So, you know, what we've seen, we're so lucky. I was saying this last night to people, so lucky to be born and to be living in this time now and being able to see this, because people who have gone obviously can't. People who are coming, you know, will never know. We've actually getting to see this. I think it's incredible to see history being made in this way.
So if we're looking at the grandchildren's vigil, as we're looking at pictures now of the children's vigil last night, the grandchildren's vigil, we've got to go to the next generation. So you're going to, obviously, King Charles's sons, William and Harry, and then Princess Anne's children, Zara and Peter. And then you've got Prince Andrew's children, who are Eugenie and Beatrice. So we're up to 6 now, aren't we? And then you've got Lady Louise and
James.
Viscount Seven. That's right, James Viscount Seven, who are Edward's children. And apparently, so that's 8. So they will be standing vigil tonight. That's quite something. I think James Viscount Seven is probably the youngest.
Yes, he's the youngest among the group. So it'd be quite overwhelming for him, I'd imagine, you know, to be given this sense of responsibility and to be carrying something like this. He is very young, but I think he'll be
14,
looking 14, but he'll be looking to his older sister and older cousins,
and
you know, who will show him. Of course he'll want to do it. It's such an honour and a privilege, you know. He wants to be there and to show his respects to his beloved grandmother.
Last night we saw assembled members of the royal family watching all of this going on from the sort of dais at one side. But the Princess of Wales wasn't there, our new Princess of Wales, obviously Catherine. She probably will be tonight, won't she? Because her husband, obviously, the Prince of Wales,
so she'll be
in the vigil.
In attendance to watch, with...
And they all brought, a lot of them brought their younger children with them.
It was interesting, wasn't it, to see on that sort of balcony to the side.
That's right. So like Princess Margaret's children were there, Viscount Linley, Lady Sarah Chatto, and it looked as though they'd brought their little ones too.
Yes.
So we haven't seen George, Louis and Charlotte yet.
No, because
I wonder if they will come tonight.
Yes, I haven't been told yet if it's confirmed whether they're coming, because they are still very young.
Very little.
And I think
they've only just started school.
Exactly, and I think it's, as I say, that atmosphere is incredible, but I think it's a lot to put very young children through something like that, because the hall itself, you know, the waiting and just the size of the hall, you know, all those people, I think it's a lot for very young children to be exposed to that.
Little Louis does his trick like he did at the Platinum Jubilee of pulling faces, and it wouldn't go right, would it?
I think
so.
That's
I guess Catherine.
But I wonder if
but people did bring babies.
Yes, they did.
I wonder if George will go as future king.
Might.
Because
and
he's
a
at
bit
that
older.
age.
He needs to see it.
Yes. And then again, it's all about continuation and duty and continuing the line. It's letting us know who's next.
Yes.
And so for them, you know, this is part of their training.
Yes.
You know, George is a king in training, just as his father is. You know, before him, and grandfather was. So they're following on this continuity.
And we're reminded, aren't we, of that lovely picture of Queen Elizabeth II there, with Prince Charles, as then was, with Prince William and Prince George. It's a lovely photograph.
Yes, there is.
And I think she must have been very proud of it, because that underlines the continuity.
Yeah, but again, the power of the crown, as you referred to earlier, and what you were saying about the history of the bloodshed that's gone on in that hall over these hundreds of years. You know, blood lost, King Charles I, and then to continue now to the Queen lying in state.
It makes you want to find out more about history, don't I? wish I'd studied it more when I was younger.
I loved history at school.
But, you know, I mean, if Anne Boleyn's wedding reception was in there, who went? What did they serve to eat? It must have been
Swan.
Swan. Would it have been?
God. Yeah, swan was the royal bird, so it would have been swan.
Is that right?
Yes.
Now we say
fancy that.
Yes, swan, and it would have been wild boar, which was very common at that time in medieval times. So these were the foods that, you know, the royals ate at that point.
And that happened in this very hall that we're looking at now.
You know, it's a misconception that the Queen owns all the swans.
Oh, thought she did.
No, it's not true. She owns some of the swans.
On the Thames.
But it's only a certain breed of swans that she owns.
Oh, is that
or
right?
the king owns.
Every year they
protected birds there.
Every year they turn out and count them along in Royal Berkshire. At least I know that. It's called swan-upping, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
A lovely, just to segue into that, actually, because you mentioned about swans, but on the journey, the pilgrimage yesterday, there was 8 swans went sailing past us all along the Thames. It was absolutely beautiful. Lots of people stopped to take pictures and videos of them. Yes, because they mate in pairs, don't they?
Yeah.
Oh, they do. They mate for life.
There's something very majestic about swans.
Yeah, there is indeed.
Very
Look,
beautiful.
we've got to leave it there, but good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Go and sleep now. You must be exhausted.
You must be tired.
Very.
But well done.
Thank
well
you.
done. Well
It
done,
was worth
everybody
it.
who
Worth
made
it.
the effort to go
Yeah.
and queue. Giles says,
Best
I
of
just wanted to
British.
share with you what an unbelievable experience it was to pay my respects today. I set off from Waterloo in a taxi to Southwark Park at 5 p.m. Friday and got through to see her at approximately 5:10 this morning. So 12 hours it took, walking and talking to folk from all around the country, although it did get cold in the early hours and my feet got sore. Do wear trainers. It was well worth the wait and the opportunity.
Yes, yeah. Actually, our very own Ellie Costello was there last night. Patricia says, what a surprise. I watched the live feed of mourners paying their respects and saw Ellie Costello.
Oh,
I feel like I know her through GB News. I am 5,000 miles away, but I can't tell you how special it was to see her. That's nice.
That's beautiful. Gosh, I didn't know Ellie had gone. She must have done that quietly and secretly.
Yeah.
I'll have to talk to her about that.
Well, it is 7:24. Let's bring you up to date with some of the headlines this morning. And the Queen's grandchildren will hold a vigil tonight. Last night, the King, Princess Royal, Duke of York and the Earl of Wessex held their 15-minute vigil at the Queen's coffin in Westminster Hall.
Elsewhere in the world, President Zelensky has said the mass grave in the eastern city of Izium is proof of Russia's war crimes. Authorities in Ukraine have found more than 450 bodies buried there, most of whom are civilians, and some with their hands tied behind their backs. The city, which is in the Kharkiv region, has recently been liberated after 6 months of Russian occupation. The Kremlin, meanwhile, denies targeting civilians or committing war crimes.
Andy Murray has admitted he doesn't know how many more Davis Cup chances he has left after Great Britain was knocked out of the competition by the Netherlands in Glasgow. Team GB had to beat the Dutch in the doubles last night to stay in. Murray, alongside teammate Joe Salisbury, said it just wasn't to be.
Sue Ellis.
Go on.
Sue Ellis says, Dear Stephen, you poor
hello.
thing.
Oh.
Sorry you don't feel well. He's got a cold. When you get home, take some whiskey with hot water, not boiling, some honey and lemon juice in a very large mug, and then try to sleep all day. Feel better soon.
Oh, thank you very
Sounds
much.
quite nice. You're not into whiskey, though, are you?
Well, sadly, I don't drink and I can't have the honey because I'm a type 1 diabetic. But
Oh, what can we give you?
I'll have lemon.
Just a good sleep will probably
Fine,
do
a
you
good
best
sleep will do me.
world of
You know, I
good.
was just reflecting on, do you remember when we said last week when the Queen was being brought down from Edinburgh in the C-17 Globemaster?
Yes.
And we were saying it's significant because...
That's the very aircraft that brought home...
It's the aircraft
from
that type of aircraft.
Afghanistan or...
But interesting, we were looking at the its number last night, and it was ZZ177.
What, that was the plane that brought the Queen
So that
from
was
Edinburgh?
the plane that brought the Queen back.
Yeah.
That's the plane that brought my brother-in-law back, his body back from Afghanistan.
Oh.
And it is also the plane that was used in the last Bond film, which has obviously a connection. Bond has a connection with
the Queen, yes.
And interestingly enough, if ZZ177, if you turn it upside down, it says Liz.
Oh. Oh, that's wonderful.
So, I mean, these things...
Oh, isn't that
or what,
amazing?
I don't know, but it's funny because we felt a connection
Yeah,
that
that's
way
quite right.
when we looked into that.
ZZ17. That
Yeah,
says
Liz.
Liz. It does. That's remarkable.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Some of these things are very moving, aren't they? You do wonder.
But it's interesting, isn't it? All these little connections that we all have with all things royal. Some of them a bit distant and a bit stretched, and some of them a lot closer. But it's nice to feel that connection.
Tell you what also struck me is all of the reporters for all of these various networks interviewing people in the queue. And when they come in with the second question, your first question is always, why are you here?
Oh, yeah.
Second question is, do you have any connection at all? Have you ever met the Queen? And so many of them have, or not maybe not met, but been at an event in wherever. Anywhere, sometimes in New Zealand, I've heard an anecdote. Another person said in Exeter they were sitting at an event behind her. Various other, and that just proves again how she got out and met her people, didn't she?
Interestingly, Nita's been in touch. Morning to you, Nita. Says it'd be interesting to know how many people who received MBEs, OBEs, CBEs, knighthoods, whose health allows, have stood for several hours in the queue to honour the Queen.
Lots.
I should think a lot.
Ever such a lot.
A lot of people, I should think, yeah. Yeah, I think because it's so that connection. If you have any sort of royal connection like that, any sort of experience, I think it's going to drive you even more to want to pay your respects. There's so many people are. There's someone else just giving a gentle bow.
Gentle bow, yeah. Quite a lot of namasteing, which a lot of us learned to do during the pandemic, didn't we, when we couldn't shake hands? There's one there. Yeah, beautiful.
Which is interesting, isn't it? Because there's so many different cultures and religions.
And that's what the King was doing yesterday. And he's trying to transcend being just concentrated on one, although he is officially head of the Church of England. He met leaders of many faiths yesterday and actually gave his opinion on that he wants to be embracing all faiths, and he thinks Britain is a country which it does now and should continue to embrace all faiths and none as well.
Yes, yeah. Dear me, and when you see all these people paying their tribute in their own way, there's just a lady holding her heart. It's
and another one blowing a kiss.
And they've put in the hours to be there just for that 5 seconds of being stood in front of the Queen's coffin and being able to say thank you. It's remarkable. All these people are remarkable.
Yes, they really are. Hats off to them all. They all deserve the medal, don't they? There should be a little medal for having done the queue.
Yes.
And it'll be so wonderful one day to actually hear how many people we have seen now walk past that coffin. Like I say, I do hope somebody's keeping a clicker on it. They will be.
They will
must
be. They will be. Was it the Queen's father lying in state? It was something like 300,000 or thereabouts. And of course, it's a very long time ago and in a different age. This obviously is going to be
immense.
Well, in the millions, I should imagine.
I would have thought so. Yes. Yeah.
But we shall find out at some point.
Well, if you've been through the queue already, if you've actually got home now and you're watching it with us, tell us what happened when you went through what they're calling airport-style security. Was there a little turnstile that you went through that would have counted you? Because wherever there is a turnstile like that, it counts. Or was there a man standing to one side and clicking something?
There's a veteran.
There's a veteran with a salute, wearing his medal.
Very
nice
solid salute.
Yeah. That's grand, isn't it?
No, it is.
And they women of the Guard.
It's just the most beautiful thing to say, and as you watch it for hours, just because it is people. It's people watching, and it's
history.
It's history.
You're just thinking there, looking at the yeoman of the Guard there. If Henry VIII walked in, he'd feel at home.
He would, yeah. But it's just all these people with their individual stories, their individual reasons for wanting to be there, the journeys that they've taken, the things they've talked about in that queue for hours and hours and hours. Who are they and why are they there? It's absolutely fascinating, actually, but they are a piece of history, now, each and every one of them.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, look, let's just move away from that just for the time being, because the royal household, understandably, it's just the way these things work, have had plans in place for this moment for decades. But some things, like what is a continual demand now for floral tributes, can't be planned for. And they've put extreme pressure on people like wholesalers.
Yes, can you imagine? The demand for flowers must have zoomed up. Well, our Northern Ireland reporter Dougie Beattie has caught up with flower sellers to find out more from them.
Most of them come from Holland. Probably 75% comes from Holland. We also bring from Africa. And we also bring from Colombia. We also bring from Italy. basically we bring from around the world, South America, all over.
George Crothers is the manager of one of Northern Ireland's largest flower wholesalers and explains just how tricky it has been to keep the tributes blooming.
Last week sort of caught us by surprise, obviously, because you can't really plan for something like this. A lot of our stuff has to be pre-ordered maybe 2 weeks in advance, like some carnations and spray carnations coming from Colombia. So we've had a very short supply of them because obviously, again, we can't plan 2 weeks in advance for a major event like this.
Even with the logistical hardship of keeping the market supplied, the price hasn't risen from 3 weeks earlier.
We sell by stem, not by bunch really. So stem price hasn't really gone up much because of the extra demand. So really they're not paying any more for flowers than they were last week or the week before. Just there's been more volume going out.
Inflationary pressures are there, and like so many others, costs have jumped over the last year, and that is down to one thing.
You're surrounding the fridge, which has to run 24/7. So we can't just say we can't cut costs by turning the fridge off because then we lose the product. So we still have to run our fridge 24/7, which runs on electricity. So we can't just turn the plugs off. We find our own electricity bills gone from 50,000 maybe a year to £100,000 a year. And these costs, what do we do? Where do you go?
It seems that not even the cost of living or the price at the checkout can stop many from saying goodbye.
Hopefully we'll be able to tell them in years to come that they were here and laid the flowers in memory of the Queen.
Well, I just felt it was necessary to come to pay respects to our Queen, who has served us for so many years.
To be honest, I'm here to bring my son to take a little picture, so in years to come I can look back and say, you were born the year of the Queen's Jubilee and when the Queen passed away. So it's just here to pay our respects and make a few little memories.
If you're wondering what will happen to this floral carpet, well, the tributes will be removed and sent to Buckingham Palace, while the flowers will be used for compost and put on the beds in and around Hillsborough Castle. Dougie Beattie, GB News.
I love the fact that they're all being mulched and composted and put to use.
But at the moment, they just look wonderful laid out. Outside Windsor Castle, they're very well laid out like a blanket, and it looks lovely to see them like that. And I worry that... But you've been to the Green Park area
yes,
where...
on Tuesday.
And apparently that is very beautifully done.
It is, because they're not just laid out in a great lump. They've been organised into piles, for want of a better word, but of different shapes, arrangements. And so actually they do look very nice. Quite how often they're being cleared.
Does the smell of flowers hit you?
Yeah.
Because I would imagine that many flowers, it would, wouldn't it?
And streams upon streams upon streams of people.
Oh, no, I think it's lovely that... I mean, flowers is a very simple way to say it, but it's beautiful at the same time.
Yeah. Though there was one lady emailed in earlier on this week or end of last week saying there's a lot of flowers already, so she was spending the money that she was going to spend on flowers on local food bank. Which, again, you've got to do it in your own way.
Yes,
if that's what works for you, then that's all well and good.
Apparently, I've been looking up the history. We must find a historian who can tell us all about this. But Anne Boleyn's wedding feast was held in 1533. She was 4 or 5 months pregnant already.
Was she?
She was.
What a disgrace.
Absolutely.
Time.
Yeah. But it was a lavish and magnificent coronation banquet. Over 80 dishes were served during the festivities. And she must have been exhausted, 6 months pregnant, it says here, but also overjoyed at finally having nailed her man, and she'd actually got him by then. The Great Hall of Westminster was richly hung with rich cloth of arras, and a table was set at the upper end of the hall, going up 12 steps.
Oh, so
that would be where the King and Queen met Parliament the other day.
So they'd be sat there above everybody else.
She dined there with a rich cloth of estate hung over her head. There were also 4 other tables along the hall, and it was railed on every side, from the high dais in Westminster Hall to the platform in the church in the Abbey. At the very end of it all, she smiled and said, "I thank you all for the honour ye have done to me on this day."
That's nice. Now this is where my history fails. Did she lose her head,
Yes.
Anne Boleyn?
Yeah. But that was a bit later. But she was, of course, the mother of Elizabeth I.
Oh, was she?
Yes. So that baby was hopefully one of the, I think that was her, but her baby was Elizabeth I. That's how incredible history is, isn't it?
It's phenomenal.
If you live long enough, or if you have a monarchy that continues the line, and so you are celebrating this rich cloth of history, you see things come round again. So here we are, Westminster Hall, the same place where Anne Boleyn held her coronation banquet, her wedding banquet, and she was already pregnant with Elizabeth I. That is astonishing.
So she will.
Am I right there? I am right there, aren't I?
Well, I don't know. I'm taking your word for it.
No, I am.
But so that probably up those first set of stairs, there's where their banqueting table will have been, with everyone else filed below. It is something like from a medieval scene, isn't it? That you can picture, you can imagine, all lit by torchlight and what have you.
Oh yes, and tapestries, but the same fabric of the building, exactly the same. The same stones that you're walking along are where she walked.
Phenomenal.
It is, isn't it? Fantastic.
Look, we're going to take a quick look at the weather for you. We're going to be back with the papers and things in just a couple of minutes, but first, let's just see how the weather is shaping up where you are.
Hello, I'm Aidan McGivern from the Met Office. A chilly start out there for many, but sunny spells fairly widely up and down the country, and there'll be fewer showers today compared with the last couple of days. High pressure is moving in. Around the eastern side of that high, we have seen a number of showers during Friday and overnight for eastern and northern parts of the UK, and there's still the possibility of one or two further showers, particularly for eastern parts of Norfolk and Suffolk as we start off the weekend, as well as the north of Scotland, where there will be cloudier skies, I think. Elsewhere, it's mostly dry. There'll be sunny spells, so widely blue skies across central and southern, as well as southwestern parts of the UK. And with lighter winds compared with Friday, it will feel a touch warmer, temperatures reaching 16 to 18 or even 19 Celsius in the south, 12 to 16 for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Into the evening on Saturday, we'll see the skies remain mostly clear across much of England and Wales, at least at first. But for Scotland and Northern Ireland, thicker cloud gradually pushes in from the Atlantic. That will bring some showers into western Scotland in particular, those showers reaching central and southern parts of Scotland, Northern Ireland, and later northwest England as well as North Wales. With that cloud cover, it's not going to be quite as chilly, temperatures mostly staying up in the high single figures as we start off Sunday, but still a fair amount of bright weather out there, sunny spells for the south and the east in particular, thicker cloud towards the northwest, and further showers to come, especially around Irish Sea coast, western Scotland, Northern Ireland as well, one or two drifting into the Midlands. But temperatures in many places a degree or so higher compared with Saturday, because we'll have lost that northerly airflow. We're replacing it with more of a westerly airflow, and that trend continues into Monday. I think a lot of cloud out there, most places dry, and temperatures will be ticking up a degree or so higher compared with Sunday.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a sort of cold day, but brightish day, at least.
Yeah, it'll be bright and actually quite warm, getting up to about 18 degrees, which isn't bad, but it's cold at night if you're queuing.
Yes, that's the thing. Heather, morning Heather, says, it is just to say how much I love this station. It reflects my values and I find the presenters refreshing and honest. Keep up the good work. You've got it right. That's very, very kind of you to say.
Anne has emailed in too. Hi, Anne. Saying, last evening I watched some coverage on television and there was an American visitor in the queue who was quietly emotional and explained why she'd queued up. We don't have someone, she said, we don't have this in my country. We don't have a head of state. Our politics is in a mess. We don't have someone who is above it all. She says, wow, it was a spine-tingling moment.
Andre raises a very good point, who says, please give a big thank you to all the behind-the-scene military tailors. My neighbour is a naval tailor. She's hardly been at home the last week. They've been working flat out to ensure that all are tailored for Her Majesty. They have an awful lot of uniforms in stock, as it were, and then people just go and get fitted and get one that fits them. But they will, you're quite right, have to produce more and make sure all the ciphers are right and everything else on them. So they will be very, very busy Remarkable stuff, yeah.
Oh, and Sally's just emailed in just before she's gone into the hall, so you never know, we might be seeing her. She says, "Morning, Anne and Stephen, I was in the queue, and just to say, all along the route were toilets, drink stations and stewards everywhere to help. It was the most amazing day, ending with entering Westminster Hall now. Love sharing the trip..." Oh, no, she's already back. "Loved sharing the trip back early this morning to Norfolk with you both on the radio."
That's very kind.
Excellent.
And just for something entirely different, I've got another health tip today.
Good.
From Terry. He says, Terry, he says, "Stephen, put 2 banana skins under each of your feet. Then place a pair of baggy cotton socks on and go to bed. This will draw out all of the flu from your body, tried and tested many times." Oh, I don't know, Terry.
Well, come on, give it a go. And take a picture.
Well, I haven't got flu. I've only just got a bit of a sniffle.
But I think it's the miserable time when you know you've got a cold. You know it's got into you. And you're then trying to think of all sorts of ways. I used to just take tons of vitamin C.
Did you?
Vitamin C, yeah, we always...
You and your
believed in it.
vitamins.
But everybody, well, everybody has their own little remedy, don't they, for how to fight off the beginnings of a cold before it gets a grip on you. So you've got to keep going.
Oh, yes.
Right through.
Got to keep going. I'm not one of these.
At least to the end of Monday, you've got...
Oh,
can't give
I
in.
wouldn't miss it. I wouldn't miss it.
Can I update you on Anne Boleyn?
Oh, yeah, go on.
Right. So 5th of June was her big wedding banquet in Westminster Hall. And then she had her baby. She was 6 months pregnant. She had her baby in September, and that baby was Elizabeth I.
Wow.
So she gave us Elizabeth I.
I never knew Elizabeth... But does that make Elizabeth I technically illegitimate, or is it fine once if married by the time she's born?
I don't think it might. You could rewrite the rules as Henry VIII did.
Yeah.
So, you know...
I don't know. I just never knew that. For the age, that's quite a scandal, isn't it? No one cares now, of course, but back then...
No, but they didn't. They were... All of these lords and ladies were pushing their young girls at Henry VIII, weren't they? Because it made your whole family, it ascended your family into the monarchy.
Yes.
So it's the Boleyn father who was pushing both his daughters at Henry VIII.
Oh.
Because first of all, he had a thing going with the other Boleyn girl.
Really?
You've not watched the movie. You've got to watch the movie. You've got to watch more Royal movies.
I think I'm going to have to start.
The Crown. Yeah.
Honestly, we've got some budding poets getting in touch. Anne says, "Good morning to you. May the scent of flowers bloom and grow in remembrance of Her Majesty, and the trees forever whisper her name, Elizabeth, on her journey to her final resting place with her beloved Philip. We will never forget your devotion. God bless." Oh, that's nice. It's trees forever whispering her name, Elizabeth. You can almost hear it, can't you?
Yes, you can.
That's very, very nice, Anne. Lovely. Let's look at the newspapers this morning. The Mirror covers the incredible outpouring of support from people paying their last respects.
And then we're looking onto the Daily Express. "We're always with you, ma'am." That's her 4 children.
The Guardian covers the scandal over plans by the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia to pay his respects to the Queen. And the front page of the Time there, "Silence speaks volumes." And it certainly did, with a lovely picture there of the new Princess of Wales meeting the troops. The Telegraph describes a royal outpouring of support to the Queen as devotion to duty. Let's go through those in a bit more detail then, should we? Former Conservative advisor Claire Pearsall and political editor of the HuffPost UK, Kevin Schofield, are both here. Good morning. Kevin, to the Express, and looking at Harry and Andrew wearing their military uniforms at the request of the King.
Yeah, so last night, obviously we just said, was the vigil for the children, at which Andrew got to wear his military uniform. If you remember, up until now he's only worn morning suit, which has been quite noticeable.
Very much so. And a lot of people are uncomfortable with that because he did fight in the Falklands War.
Well, yeah, quite. But obviously that's part of the arrangement of being effectively ostracised. So, and now tonight it's the 8 grandchildren will do the same, and Harry is being allowed to wear his uniform because, like Prince Andrew, he's had to wear morning suit up until now. Now, this is the only occasion where he'll be allowed to do so.
Is he not doing so at the funeral?
No.
Oh, really?
No, apparently not. It's morning suit for him there as well, because he's no longer a working royal. But the King has intervened at his mother's request. She wanted William and Harry both to in their military uniforms for the Vigil, so that's why he's wearing it tonight. Which again, it is probably only fair because he did actually serve in Afghanistan, you know. So I think it's only right. Really, I think it's sensible. Now it's been interpreted. Is this a bit of an olive branch? You know, will this mean relations?
Or another chapter in his book?
Well, we'll just have to wait and see what's in the book.
There are lots of columnists in today's newspapers saying, don't just delay the book, Harry, bin it. But he will have signed a deal. No,
I wouldn't have thought so.
It'll be big money.
A lot of money, yeah.
He'll have money to pay them off, though, surely.
No, I doubt it. Can you imagine the advance on that book? It'll be in the millions of dollars.
Absolutely. And they'll have banked it, I would have thought, and had it spent.
Claire, looking at the queue in the Daily Mail, a concern, should we say, that MPs are queue jumping. But it's not just MPs. It's a lot of staff in Westminster who've...
Yeah.
I mean, many of whom have been working 23-hour days, actually, getting everything ready and right and clean for people to come. And they are, as a result, being given some access.
They are, and I don't think that anybody is complaining at the cleaners and the catering staff and people like that who have been given this privileged access. The row has come up because there are different pass activities going on. So grey pass holders, which are these people that we're talking about, get the access. MPs with their stripy passes and Lords. MP staff, nothing. So
if you're a researcher to one of the MPs...
If you're a researcher or if you're a member of MP staff who has been there for 20, 30 years, you don't get any kind of access whatsoever. Now, I know there's going to be very little sympathy for them because MPs being given the right to queue jump has caused great anger amongst the public, and quite rightly so. But it just seems a little unfair that the House of Commons has come down and said, these pass holders are fine and these ones aren't. And I think there are around about 2,000 MP staff on the estate itself.
But there's a lot of MP staff, as you well know. The MPs, they get 4 tickets and they're saying, well, I may take my wife or whatever, but actually I am then going to take members of my staff as well.
And there are some very, very decent members who have offered that and have done that. But I think there was a problem earlier in the week where you'd had to submit names of people that you were taking with you. So MPs who then said, I'm not going to take my sister or my child, I'm going to actually take my staff member. There was a real problem with security and changing it round, but that's now been sorted. But I think amongst MP staff, it's brought up the whole issue of they're not appreciated, they don't have the same rights as anybody else on the estate, even though they work there. They don't have the access to any HR functions that most companies offer. They don't have that kind of protection, as we've seen through the scandals throughout the year. And this is just another sort of nail in that particular coffin, to use a very bad pun, that states that they don't have.
But this is all down to Black Rod, isn't it? Black Rod controls who has a pass for this event.
And where do you draw the line?
I appreciate that. And as I say, this is not an easy one to bring up. And I know there'll be no sympathy, but I do wonder why all pass holders weren't treated in the same way. I think if you'd done that, if you'd sort of said nobody gets priority access, then fair enough, because you can get more members of the public through, and if anybody wishes to do it, they can queue. But I think this kind of 2-3-tier system that they're running at the moment is just angering people at a time where people are working incredibly hard. And as you say, those people that are making sure the palace is clean, making sure Westminster Hall looks absolutely spot on and beautiful and the security arrangements work perfectly, they really do need some access. But you can't have it all ways. And I think that you need to treat it as an organisation as a whole and not just pick off some pass holders and say, actually, you're not worthy.
No, it's interesting.
When you think of the people who are now queuing, who are probably going to wait 25 hours, you can see why there's a level of concern over this, can't you?
Yeah, you absolutely can. And I don't think anybody should be given priority access at all.
Not even MPs?
Not even MPs. I really don't. I think that actually if they want to go and show their respects and pay their respects, then they've had an opportunity. Most of them were at the address.
Not even Jacinda Ardern, Prime Minister of New Zealand.
I don't think so. I really don't. I feel quite strongly
She
that
will be at the
members of
funeral.
Well, she's going to be at the funeral, isn't she?
and they have their opportunities to do so.
This is for the people.
Yeah, and I really think that none of this should have VIP access.
Oh, you see, now that's interesting, because I wasn't in agreement with that line of thinking necessarily up until now. You've changed my mind.
If I'd known an MP well enough yesterday, I'd have been on the phone saying, "Can you get me in?" But now I feel exactly the same. I feel no, this is for the people, and maybe for everybody who has faced that long, long queue. For the, we all ought to do it or not. That's the decision, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. I do. Well, look, thank you both, Claire, Kevin. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. We need to head off to chat to someone else who knows the royals very well.
Yes.
The Vigil, of course, by the Princes and the Princess Royal last night in Westminster Hall.
And then there'll be another vigil tonight by the Queen's grandchildren, all 8 of them. That's going to be quite something.
How is all this being handled, though, by the family, do we think? It's such a difficult situation for them. Let's talk to former Royal Butler Grant Harold, who joins us now. Good morning to you, Grant. I was just trying to find a message that someone sent. I can't just find it now, but it was saying Charles looked absolutely broken last night. And I think that's. I think a lot of us thought that he just looked absolutely broken as he paid his vigil last night.
I was personally quite shocked, because when I saw him, he just looked like he's aged so much within the past week. But of course, this is what grief can do, and not only that, he's now taking the burden of monarchy, and I mean, he's 73, and look at what he's just done in the last week. All the places he's been visiting, the meetings, the audiences. I actually know somebody that was with him a few days ago, and they said he just looked so tired. A few people have now said that to me, but I just think it's understandable. But I'm hoping that, I obviously heard that he'd returned to Highgrove, and I'm hoping that he got a few days, or I should say a few hours, not days, a few hours rest, because it's a lot to take on. As I said, it's not just losing his mother; it's having to carry on with that job now of being king.
I mean, you're speaking to us this morning from Highgrove. You've been Prince Charles's butler. Will you go on to serve him, or is that it now?
No, I'm very lucky that I live in a cottage on the estate. I mean, look, for me, it was an honour for the years that I was with him. I felt very lucky, because when I looked after him, the wonderful part about my job was I also looked after Prince's William, Harry and Catherine. And so for me, it was such I've always said it was a really special time to have that family more or less under one roof at one point. And so I feel, that I was lucky to be there at the time. It was a dream come true to work for the family. It was a dream come true to meet and look after the Queen, because that was an ambition I had as a youngster. So I feel, I'm lucky with my memories and very grateful for those.
Do you, like us, like a lot of people, think that the King has changed since taking on this mantle? His whole demeanour seems to have changed somewhat, certainly in public.
You're right. I thought that actually. I wasn't sure what it was. I wasn't sure if it's just. Again, I don't know if it's just suddenly this weight now on his shoulders. Just something has changed, but I think this is part of the process, because remember, we've never seen this, have we? I mean, it's over 70 years since the late Queen's father passed, and she was obviously only 20, I think 26, 27. So she was young. And I think she kind of amazingly at such a young age took up that crown and carried on, where obviously her son is at the point where most people, once again, as we all said about the Queen, is at the point where most people have retired. But this is just the start.
Yes, and one wonders whether he will ever have the ability now to relax in the way you've seen him relax. For instance, you've seen him paint, and I think this is something we know very little of, but he does love painting, doesn't he?
He loves painting, and he also loves walking. He goes out for walks. I remember that often, especially up in Scotland, when I would have my afternoons off, and you'd go out and you'd sometimes bump into him, and painting. I mean, he would just find the most remotest place you can imagine and would very happily start doing his painting, which I should mention. Those were, I don't know if they still are, but those were for sale, at one point. And I thought, how historic are those if you've actually got one of those? And whether he'll still have time to do that. I'm sure he will, but not in the same way that he used to.
No, but it's nice to know he can or has had that downtime, which hopefully he can maintain. He's going to need to do it. Grant, it's really good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And it's fascinating.
Thank you.
These little insights into the king now. And
he loves walking, and apparently loves just walking around as though he was just another ordinary, country gentleman in Gloucestershire, as the Queen did. Do you get the chance to do that anywhere other than Balmoral, I guess? And will he ever get the chance to do any painting? Certainly the last few days have been so unutterably busy for him.
Haven't they just?
It's a skill in itself, just giving him some downtime.
Well, look, we're going to be covering more of this, of course, in the hours to come. But first, let's just have a look at the weather for you.
Hello, I'm Aidan McGivern from the Met Office. A chilly start out there for many, but sunny spells fairly widely up and down the country, and there'll be fewer showers today compared with the last couple of days. High pressure is moving in. Around the eastern side of that high, we have seen a number of showers during Friday and overnight for eastern and northern parts of the UK, and there's still the possibility of one or two further showers, particularly for eastern parts of Norfolk and Suffolk as we start off the weekend, as well as the north of Scotland, where there will be cloudier skies, I think. Elsewhere, it's mostly dry. There'll be sunny spells, sort of widely blue skies across central and southern, as well as southwestern parts of the UK. And with lighter winds compared with Friday, it will feel a touch warmer, temperatures reaching 16 to 18 or even 19 Celsius in the south, 12 to 16 for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Into the evening on Saturday, we'll see the skies remain mostly clear across much of England and Wales, at least at first. But for Scotland and Northern Ireland, thicker cloud gradually pushes in from the Atlantic. That will bring some showers into western Scotland in particular, those showers reaching central and southern parts of Scotland, Northern Ireland, and later northwest England as well as North Wales. With that cloud cover, it's not going to be quite as chilly, temperatures mostly staying up in the high single figures as we start off Sunday, but still a fair amount of bright weather out there, sunny spells for the south and the east in particular, thicker cloud towards the northwest, and further showers to come, especially around Irish Sea coast, western Scotland, Northern Ireland as well, one or two drifting into the Midlands. But temperatures in many places a degree or so higher compared with Saturday, because we'll have lost that northerly airflow. We're replacing it with more of a westerly airflow, and that trend continues into Monday. I think a lot of cloud out there, most places dry, and temperatures will be ticking up a degree or so higher compared with Sunday.
Mourners face waiting times of up to 25 hours to pay their final respects to the Queen.
Good morning. You're watching and listening to Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And following the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, we're bringing you all the details of the lying in state and plans for, of course, the state funeral on Monday, as we all come to terms with life under a new monarch.
Yes, and the wait to see the Queen lying in state is now apparently nearing capacity. The expected wait time, we're being warned, is 25 hours. And officials are actually asking the public not to travel now to join the queue.
Well, last night, a man was arrested after approaching the Queen's coffin. He's currently being held under the Public Order Act.
And later today, the Prince of Wales and the Duke of Sussex, that's Prince Harry, of course, will observe a 15-minute vigil for their late grandmother, and they'll be joined by 6 other grandchildren. They will be dressed in military uniform, as requested by the King.
The funeral on Monday could be the largest event the UK has ever hosted. World leaders are already arriving. The Prime Minister is meeting New Zealand's Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, and the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, today, with talks planned with President Biden, tomorrow.
So do please continue to share your thoughts of what's going on at the moment. If you're in the queue, have you done the queue? How did you get through? I want to know if, when you went through what they're calling airport-style security, just before you go into Westminster Hall, I want to know if you do go through a clickety-click turnstile gate, because there must be a way they're counting everybody.
It's like being at the bingo sat next to you.
Clickety-click.
Clickety-click.
Yeah. You know what I mean, though, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Because those turnstile gates not only sort of regulate the queue, but, of course, they count everybody going through. And it will be fascinating one day to be told just how many people are going through Westminster Hall at the moment. Astonishing stuff. I've got an answer.
Oh, have you?
From Simon.
Oh.
Hi there. We've just been flooded in with another flood of beautiful GB views. Thank you so much for them. Simon says, first of all, I want to express my thanks to you both and your show, especially the recent coverage of the passing of our Queen. Myself, my wife and my daughter were lucky enough to go past the Queen at Westminster Hall on Thursday. You were one of the first. And the moment was overwhelming. In response to your question regarding the airport control, the procedure was seamless. It took minutes entering and getting through security control, unlike airports at the moment, and was managed by police drafted in. Ours were from Merseyside Police. They were in high spirits. They were friendly and thorough. We had gels and such removed, having left them in our bags. Respect to the police team there. Sadly, having a brief chat with the officer, they are not allowed to go in to pay their respects in Westminster Hall unless they go off shift, change out of uniform and return into the queue. As one policeman said, the Queen was their boss, so it seems harsh that they didn't get filtered into the hall to pay their respects.
Oh, but nothing on the clickety-clicks?
No, haven't heard the click. I want the clickety-click. But thank you so much. That's really interesting, the way that the police are being drafted in from all over the country.
Yes, well, actually, as I walk to the studio in the morning from where I park the car, there's loads and loads of police vans, and all from the ones that I walk past are from Nottinghamshire Police. So there's it's being drafted in from all over the country.
Everybody doing their bit.
Talking of the queue, Sue has been in touch. Morning, Sue. She says, can you clarify what the queue will close at 6:30 actually means? Will the end of the queue be closed at this time, or will the queue be stopped at the door of Westminster Hall at this time? If you join the end of the queue before 6:30 and it's taking 12 hours or longer, you won't make it to Westminster Hall.
No, they'll judge it and they'll shut the queue at the end, won't they? At some point, they'll have to make a judgment decision.
Yeah, they will. So you're looking now 24 hours, at least 24 hours. And so if that remains the same, the queue will be stopped at 6:30 tomorrow morning, so you won't be able to join it. And so with the last people in the queue will then get into Westminster Hall at 6:30 on Monday morning, and that's when it ends. So they'll be closing the queue, so they won't have people queuing that then can't get in.
No, they'll close the end of the queue.
They'll close the end of the queue.
Gwen says, good morning, Stephen and Anne. We paid our respects to the Queen on Thursday. We had about a 6-hour wait then. We did not go through a turnstile, just sort of airport-style security. The police are working very hard, checking everyone's bags and everything. The flowers in Green Park from an aerial view spell thank you. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes.
But she says, thank you for all at GB News for all your coverage. You've been amazing.
Nice little bits of military insight. Phil says, following on from your point of military tailors, I'm a former RAF musician. Consider the operation to now replace... been talking about this. Replace all the buttons and badges and the insignia from the Queen's crown to the King's. Every single button is going to have to be changed.
Do you think they will?
Yes.
It won't just be new uniforms that have new buttons on.
No. They will all be changed.
We'll have to find a button maker. If there's somebody watching at the moment who has a button-making factory and you make you make buttons for uniforms, love to hear from you.
I wonder if they're already made, and if they've been in storage for donkey's years. They could well have been.
Will have,
but the swapping over. Oh, this is Karen says, I love all the flower tributes, but I've sent £10 to a food bank.
Yes.
I wish there were some collection points set up to take food donations around Buckingham Palace, and also if there'd been a £1 coin donated with every bunch of flowers to go to the Prince's Trust.
Good ideas.
God bless the Queen, long live the King.
And Di says, in the celebrations in Bath of 1,000 years of monarchy, because the first King of England was crowned in Bath Abbey, My father, I didn't know that. See, we're learning history all the time. My father was presented to the Queen. It was the proudest moment of his life. He fought at Monte Cassino and was very proud to be British. He said it was the best country in the world, and I agree. I watched from the side and was amazed at how tiny the Queen was. My father had leukemia and died a month later. So the Queen has memories for us which are both sad and happy. Best wishes to you all at GB News.
Lovely stories.
Oh, no. Doreen says, for many years we were in St George's Chapel for the Most Noble Order of the Garter. We had aisle seats, so we were close to our lovely Queen. It was a privilege.
Maria says, seeing the quiet dignity and courage of the Queen's children and grandchildren over the last few days makes me so proud of our royal family and incredibly proud to be British. Like all families, they have their disagreements and fallouts, but when it really matters, they come together. Oh, and also Philip says, the image of that serviceman, that must have been the one that I pointed out earlier on, the image of that serviceman standing to attention, saluting, bowing his head, and the reaction as he walked away was the essence of all things British and the feelings of the majority of us. Please show this clip, find this man. We need more people like him.
Yeah.
I don't... Well, we saw
there
more
have been
people
several, haven't there? And look,
there's
look
an
what's
American
happening
Indian.
now. Yes. That is
Or
somebody
Native
wearing
American,
the
we should say, shouldn't we?
most amazing headdress, yes, of a Native American tribe. And it certainly looks wonderful. It'll be very interesting to see when he gets close to the coffin.
Oh, yes, let's
what
stay on
sort
this.
of salute he gives, or whether he will indeed do anything. We'll try and stay with him. For those of you on the radio, yes, we're watching somebody who looks like a Native American, is certainly wearing
the headdress. Oh, here we
the
go.
outfit and headdress. And he raises his arm. Oh. And he's off.
I mean, that's beautiful. It's beautiful, and it's...
How lovely.
And isn't that interesting that there's... It's the respect paid by all these different cultures.
Yes.
And you wonder quite... I mean, whether that gentleman lives in the UK or not, because, I mean, to have that native outfit with him, he can't have... Unless he's flown over especially.
Well, if we've got a reporter standing by Palace Gates, it's new Palace courtyard gates where they're coming out.
Yes, I don't know.
Let's get him down there.
Yeah.
Go, tell Darren McCaffrey, who's outside Buckingham Palace at the moment, to hoof it down the path.
The trouble is, he's in the press pen at the minute. It's very difficult to get out.
It is, yeah.
But that is, I mean, it's that's so lovely to see.
A magic moment. I think there have been so many magic moments, but that certainly has been one of the most unusual, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, it's lovely. I just think it's lovely that people of all types, all sorts, all colours, creeds, religions, cultures, are paying their respects to this remarkable lady who and this is the thing about Her Majesty the Queen. She, despite her own personal faith, she also transcended all views and faiths and things to be a monarch for all, which is...
And when you think of the complicated history of America, to see somebody who we don't know whether he, what sort of a Native American he might be,
I don't know what tribe he
sort
was.
of tribe, but you know, to be here in London saluting a queen in that way is quite something. It'd be lovely to know his background. Cynthia has a lovely way of putting it too. Cynthia, thanks very much for getting in touch. She says, my mum and dad, who have both passed, were big royalists, so I took cream roses to their grave yesterday, as I felt it marked respect for the occasion. I felt I did my bit for the Queen to mark past and present. So maybe if you can't get to London and pay respects to the Queen, if you have a beloved family member who is now gone, maybe taking flowers to their grave is a way of doing that.
It's a lovely way of doing that, actually. I hadn't thought of that, but I think that is a really lovely thing to do.
And there's me going on about clickety-click turnstile gates, and I didn't think. Fred says everybody queuing is given a wristband with a number on it.
Oh, are they?
So we will know how many have been issued.
Oh, right. Oh, there you go. Well, that's easier than a clickety-click.
Did you see the lady at the very front of the queue? She had 00001.
Did she?
On her armband, yeah. And then there was somebody a bit further down who had 25. Everyone has a number on it.
Ah.
So there you are.
Well, there you go.
They don't need to go through a turnstile, of course. Everybody has a wristband with a number on it.
Yeah. That reminds me of when the European passports were brought in the time of Margaret Thatcher's government, and whoever it was being interviewed, it must have been the Foreign Secretary or the Home Secretary or someone like that at the time. And they were being interviewed, and their passport number was 00000001.
Wow.
And one of the reporters said to them, well, if that's your number, what number does the Prime Minister have? And he said, well, her number is just zeros because that suggests infinity.
Oh, Lord. Oh, yeah,
I just thought it was a very sharp
cute
line.
answer.
Rob says, morning, Stephen and Anne, so refreshing to see people being patient and respectful with not a mobile phone in sight.
No, I know.
She could always be like
Do you know,
that.
it's really nice not seeing the mobile phones.
I mean, I love my mobile phone. I love my technology.
Yes, several. You have several.
I do, but there are times they just need to be put away, and this is one of them.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So, no doubt the press will find out who that Native American man was.
Oh, yes, I think he'll be in a lot of newspapers.
He'll be in a lot of
tomorrow.
newspapers tomorrow.
Well, look, let's head down to the Palace. Darren McCaffrey is there for us this morning. I have to say, Darren, I mean, just looking at the crowds passing through, I know there's a lot of political stuff going on today, but it is remarkable just to see the absolute breadth of people who are feeling the need to pay their respects.
Yeah, indeed, of all ages, from all parts of the United Kingdom, and indeed from all over the world, it must be said, queuing up for what, 24, 25 hours now is the length of that queue. And there is a possibility that either later on today or very early tomorrow morning, they essentially will have to say the queue is effectively closed if it is 24 hours long, because clearly it comes to an end at 6:30 a.m. on Monday morning. But every minute, as you can see in those pictures, there are hundreds of people streaming into Westminster Hall, that hall that is, what, nearly 1,000 years old, that has been the scene of many royal events through the generations, and in 2022 is playing its role in our national narrative. I think also what's extraordinary, Stephen, in many regards, is it's not just there at the Palace of Westminster. I'm here at Buckingham Palace, and frankly, on a Saturday morning at 8 a.m, yes, it's a very nice day, but there are hundreds and hundreds of people just milling around, trying to get to the front gates of Buckingham Palace. The King is there, the Royal Standard is flying over the palace this morning, but just in other ways to pay their respects, to lay flowers, just to come here, frankly, on this weekend. It really is quite something. It really is. But as you say, there is also an awful lot of other activity taking place this weekend, not least of all that we're expecting hundreds of world leaders to arrive today and tomorrow. Heads of state, heads of government, kings and queens from all over the world, including the US President Joe Biden and his wife Jill. They're expected to arrive on Air Force One tomorrow. Emmanuel Macron, the French president, is due, and the Prime Minister is going to meet some of these people actually in the days ahead. She's having meetings with the Prime Minister of Australia, Albanese, today, and Prime Minister Ardern of New Zealand, who actually flew by that coffin yesterday at evening. So Liz Truss is meeting some of these leaders on the side, and there's going to be a special reception for them at Buckingham Palace tomorrow night. But the focus today, really, and tomorrow, will be on those tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people continuing to queue up. Pretty cold overnight here in central London, many there with very, very warm jackets on, understandably, but they have been in the queue for the best part of a day to pay their respects, and that's where the nation's focus will be on today, not least of all because we're going to see some of the Queen's grandchildren stand guard tonight, like her children did last night, and again, that will be quite an incredible moment.
Yes, Darren, it's interesting, isn't it, that, I mean, in any of the biographies of the Queen now, and there are so many in today's papers, everybody talks about the soft power of the monarch and that she was so good at exerting this soft power. And she seems to still be doing it. For her funeral, all of these world leaders flying in, and the Prime Minister, our Prime Minister, will take that opportunity to at least meet them and have a few words. And it seems like the Queen is still exerting that soft power.
Yeah, indeed. I'm sure she would say, frankly, it's the power of the royal family. And let's be honest about this, she was one of the most recognisable people in the world. She knew many of these leaders, not just for a couple of years, but for decades. I think David Cameron at one point said, not only did she know the current crop of leaders, she knew their fathers, because she's been around for so long, on the throne for 70 years. But you're right also in saying that this is a big, big exercise for the British government. It's a very delicate balancing act to strike, because these leaders are here for a funeral. Prime Minister doesn't want to be seen to be exploiting that, but it's clear that, frankly, it is an opportunity to meet leaders that she otherwise wouldn't get to see that often, not least of all having just come into the role herself. But this is going to be an incredible also security and logistical exercise for the Metropolitan Police and for others, not least of all the Foreign Office, in the sense that you're going to have 500 leaders turn up. It's going to be the greatest gathering leaders this country has seen since the last state funeral of Winston Churchill back in 1955. Most people will not have experienced something like this, and that involves logistics, it involves a hell of a lot of security, and that's going to be a really, really big task. But you're right in saying that clearly the government does feel that this is an opportune time in some ways for them to build on those relations, to solidify those relations that the Queen has so successfully done during her long reign of 70 years.
Absolutely. OK, Darren, for now, thank you. Let's talk here in the studio to royal biographer Andrew Lowney, who joins us. Good to see you this morning. Monday is going to be quite something, isn't it? It is a chapter in a history book being written as we watch.
Yes, it is extraordinary. I think people are aware of that, which is, I think, why we've seen this overwhelming support, this sense that people have to be part of this occasion.
Yeah, they're saying, a lot of the commentary in the papers are saying that there has never been a funeral this big, ever. JFK, only comparable, and maybe Winston Churchill. But this is going to be bigger than that.
It's a huge thing. You see people bringing their children because they want them to remember that they were part of this.
Yeah.
And it's interesting as well, because it's not just those who are coming down, of course, and taking part in that respect, but because of the way media is now and the internet and everything else. This is actually going to be a global event.
Yes, it's huge, huge. And I think maybe surprised people just the level of affection and respect there was for the Queen. And of course, that's very good for the monarchy. And now you talk to soft power, but in some ways, her final legacy has been perhaps to bring her family together, perhaps to bring the country together, the whole problem of separation and what will happen with Scotland and Northern Ireland. These have all been addressed, I think, in the last week. And I think it's been a very, very clever operation run by the royal family.
Yes, again, the talk is politically that in Australia, for instance, any movement towards, getting rid of the monarchy and separating off has been confounded probably for at least another decade. And the same maybe with Scotland.
Yes, I think that's right. I think, it's very interesting. The Republic movement thought they were in a chance once the Queen died. And actually, I think they've been proved to be wrong, that the monarchy is shown to really speak for the nation. And the way that they've done these vigils, the way that the royal family have grieved together with the people, have handed her on, and the fact that so many people want to pay their respects, I think has shown that this is a small minority of people who are against the monarchy.
It's interesting, though. You said we were perhaps a little bit surprised. We had a view come through yesterday, I think, someone saying, well, we shouldn't be surprised at the response to this. This is the response of the silent majority, if you like, who, for whatever else they may believe in, adore the royal family, but particularly the Queen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the interesting thing here is we've been talking about a streamlined monarchy, but actually here we have the grandchildren mounting vigil, and actually they realise the benefit of having the whole family there, to be seen as the family representing the country.
Yes, because if we saw King Charles last night, if we see Prince William, the Prince of Wales, tonight, and if his son George is probably there on the little side balcony watching, the public have seen absolutely demonstrably the succession, the line of succession.
Well, they saw it at the
forward.
Jubilee. I think in some ways, that was made very clear there. But I think it's an interesting tension, because we want to see members of the royal family, and on the other, we want to see the respectable members of the royal family. I think the thing is, there'll be some that damage the brand and will be kept away. But I think it's nice. It's been a moment of reconciliation. People have been very magnanimous in the way they've operated. And I hope that with Meghan and Harry, for example, they will see really the power of the monarchy and that perhaps there is a role for them, but not
Do you
by
think,
sport.
do you think that might make a difference to their thinking?
Yes, I hope so. I think it might to Harry, and I think he's the key there. But I think, you know, they've been very clever. They've tried to include them. They have no sense of grievance. I think it's been her final legacy has been to, in a sense, deal with a lot of these long-standing problems.
It's the two sides of the coin, though, isn't it? In that there is something we like to see about all this happening in public, but if there are any manoeuvres like that going on, they actually do absolutely need to be held in private, don't they? I mean, you know.
I'm sure there are lots of conversations going on and have been going on about trying to address whatever concerns they have and to say these things must be done behind closed doors. I mean, I heard you talking earlier about Harry's book, and let us hope that it is certainly watered down. But I think there is, again, this tension. They've done deals.
It's already written, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It could be scrapped, couldn't it, though? I mean, as I said, there'll be clauses and contracts and all the rest of it. Even if the king put his hand in his pocket and said, look, we'll pay off the contract. If Harry really wanted not to publish it, it could be stopped.
Well, Mick Jagger gave back a huge advance for his memoirs. So, I mean, it happens all the time.
That's interesting, yes.
So if Harry doesn't want to go, he doesn't have to go ahead with this deal.
That'd be interesting.
In
terms of the king, he looks, certainly last night, looked like a broken man. But there does seem to be, and we've certainly felt it from all the views we've received, this huge respect for him now. Which perhaps we may not have thought would exist to the strength that it clearly does. People are wanting him to succeed. People have respect for him as our king.
Yes, and I think, you know, Camilla as well. I think she's really earned her place in the affections of the nation. You know, he's seen to be a good man who's worked hard and has, in a sense, the interests of the nation at heart. So I think that's rather good. I think, in some ways, we're learning a lot more about the Queen. She was so inscrutable. We know quite a lot about Charles, but I think we're again learning that I think he will be a great monarch.
Yes, I mean, you have to concede that he has been Prince of Wales. He has not been the monarch for the last 70 years or whatever, how old he is. Yes, 73. He is, isn't he? And he has maybe not been allowed to blossom yet because it would have been the wrong thing to do. Now he is king. It will be very interesting to see how he does blossom into the role. Do you think he will? Do you think he's up to the job?
Absolutely, I think he's up to the job. But I think he's now sufficiently old that he appears to be the grandfather of the nation. He will work in tandem, I think, with William and Kate. So we'll have the sense of a dynamic new family, a modern family. And I think as a partnership, it'll work very well. And it seems to be we've got a great team here. We've got Princess Anne being brought in. I think there'll be an enhanced role for Prince Edward and his wife.
Duke of Edinburgh, do we think?
I think so. I think he deserves it. I think it would be quite unfair if he wasn't. And so in some ways, you know, King Charles has been talking about a slimmed-down monarchy, but actually I think what we want is actually an expanded monarchy.
It's a shored-up monarchy, I guess.
But a monarchy that we see working harder, in a sense that it's not being critical of them, but we want to see them working in that sense. And you certainly get the impression that you'd get that from a new Duke of Edinburgh in Edward. You certainly think you're going to get that from the Prince and Princess of Wales now.
The walkabout factor, isn't it? It's actually getting out and meeting people.
Yeah.
I mean, I know the Queen did that too.
And they're much more approachable. I mean, you can't imagine anyone sort of being familiar with the Queen, but I think they will be more familiar with King Charles. He's a much, in public, warmer personality. And I think people like the Prince and Princess of Wales really do have that common touch.
Yes. They were out in, I can't remember where it was, they were out yesterday, meeting, again, members of the armed forces. She always looks so fantastic. It is said, though, I mean, again, a lot of people are saying that we know that Camilla and Charles are a love match. They've certainly proved it, haven't they? And a lot of people are saying that Camilla is going to be a bit like Prince Philip was to the Queen. Somebody who is quite happy to take a step behind, but to be an absolute source of strength.
Yeah, I think the royal family is very lucky. I think what saved them are three middle-class women, Camilla, Kate and Sophie.
Gosh, yes.
Sophie's been remarkable, I think, in all of this, because for so many decades, her and Edward were just not in the limelight at all. We just didn't seem to see them doing a great deal. They really stepped up to the plate in a more public way, at least, and are going down very well with the public.
Yeah, and indeed, you know, their daughter. But I mean, I think they have been quietly working behind the scenes.
Oh,
I think
yeah,
that's
sure.
why the Queen had terrific respect for them. And I think there are lessons to be learned from other members of the royal family, you know, the freeloaders and the people who've exploited their position or brought discredit on the royal family. And I hope maybe they will have learnt that, you know, the public are not prepared to put up with that.
And we can't... It's interesting to talk about an enhanced role for someone like the Princess Royal. Heck, she can't possibly do any more, can she? I mean, she is the hardest working royal.
Yeah. But I think she'll be there advising him. There's a very close relationship there. I think, again, you know, we've always been told that Prince Andrew was a favourite child, but then we're learning now that Princess Anne was actually very, very close to her mother, as indeed I think all the children were.
And apparently Eugenie and Beatrice as well, even though their father is maybe in what you might call a disgraced position, they're not. Very much loved by the Queen, and it is thought that one of them at least will get a sort of enhanced role as well.
Yes, I mean, he's been very keen that in some ways the sins of the father shouldn't be passed on to the children.
It's not their fault, is it?
No, and I mean, I think now they're married and they have children, they're more settled. I mean, of course, they've had their moments in the past when they've been criticised.
And they will be taking part in the vigil tonight, won't they?
Yes, I mean, it's interesting because, I mean, some of these people, like, for example, Prince Edward's son, Lord Severn, people really don't know. So this is I think, a big moment for them.
That's Lady Louise and Viscount Severn, James Viscount Severn. They're the slightly younger children of Prince Edward and Sophie.
Will their titles change if their father becomes the Duke of Edinburgh?
Well, it's a good question. Yes, I think they probably will. There'll be some new titles that will perhaps come of that. I mean, what they've seemed to have been doing is joining titles. So we have Cornwall and Cambridge. And yes, you know, who knows? We may see some of this. And I think the interesting thing is people don't care about that. They love the pomp and the ceremony. I think what people are concerned about is people who don't carry their weight.
Don't pull their weight,
and are drain on public resources.
And certainly we saw, didn't we, with after the death of the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, we saw Sophie and Edward take Lady Louise and Viscount Severn out into the crowds outside Windsor and actually talk to the people again there. So they've been involving them very much in... Maybe that's the new trend now. It started under the Queen's reign, but maybe this going out and doing lots of walking and talking with people is going to be the new trend.
I think so. I think people want to feel a contact with the monarchy. I mean, we have, again, this tension between the mystique and the approachability, but I think that's quite an easy way of controlling it. People feel they have contact without learning too much.
Andrew, thank you so much for coming in. It's
lovely to talk.
It really is. It's fascinating. And we're learning new names all the time.
We are.
We'll become more familiar.
Can we just cut back to Westminster Hall? Because I just wanted to point out that, there's a lady doing a...
The lady with the bright blue hair.
She's doing I don't know what sort of bow that was. I don't know. There's some significance to it. But I wanted to point her out anyway because she has... I love seeing people who are different. I'm pretty bog standard, I imagine. But her hair wasn't blue.
What
was it? Was violet.
Oh.
It was absolutely violet.
Yes. Yeah.
I thought it looked absolutely stunning.
Yeah, well, especially she was wearing a red coat.
And a red coat. If you can carry off that sort of... It's a brave look. If you can carry it off, then good luck to you. I thought she looked absolutely stunning, actually, and doing... I don't know what that bow was. But
We've seen so many unusual people. I mean, we've seen lots and lots of usual people, which is wonderful. But, you know, every so often we see somebody... This is why people watching is so fascinating. And all these people have made such a journey to get here.
And I just think some of these unusual sort of bows and things which we're not familiar with, but they will have their own cultural reference, won't they? They will all mean something. And the fact that people are showing their respect in their own way, I think, is really a beautiful thing. It's like there isn't a conformity. You don't have to do a certain thing. You can do whatever is right for you to show your respect.
And a lot of people are so lovely. We're concentrating on a young boy there. Looks about 12, 13, maybe. He did it beautifully too. Everybody, even though there's a lot of people, there's quite a high density of people going through, everybody is making just enough pause so that everybody gets their own moment.
Yeah.
And I think that's lovely. They're respecting each other, in other words.
It's been beautifully well organised. And someone who knows about organising things, of course, is Royal Pageant Master Bruno Peake, who joins us now. Bruno, it's lovely to see you again.
Nice to speak to you again.
Can I just ask you first and foremost, I mean, I know this isn't your particular field of expertise in a way, but what we've seen with the lying in state, I mean, the organisation actually must be absolutely tremendous, but it has worked beautifully.
It's phenomenal, but that we in this country, as you know, we always rehearse, and these plans have been put in place for many years. It's not something that just happened overnight. So we always have the confidence in this country that when these events take place, we're ready and prepared.
The funeral on Monday, then, Brooke, because I mean, I know a lot of the sort of processional and military side of things have been prepared, but even so, pulling it all together for something which is going to be as big as it is going to be is really quite something, because we won't have ever seen the like in our lifetime, will we?
Well, it'll be the biggest show the world has ever seen, especially when it's joined by all these heads of states, other kings and queens, as well as the general public along the route, all the military taking part, the service itself. It'll be so amazing for the whole country and the whole world, where they're paying tribute to this wonderful woman.
Event like this with a lot of very world leaders, is there somebody from the palace who advises you on the pecking order where people should stand, for instance, or sit?
There are people within the palace who have that role, very, very important people, but people who've got a lot of experience in these types of events. I mean, the seating plan, take the seating plan of a wedding. It's not an easy situation to have to undertake. So seating plans, of course, are very important, as well as the people who are actually attending the event itself. But again, I keep saying it, they've got so much experience. The royal household have got so much experience in this type of activity that we're all in safe hands.
About it, Bruno, and I know certainly from the work you have done during the Queen's lifetime, and now as we give her a send-off like no other, it is about doing her proud, isn't it? I can imagine that is what is in everybody's mind.
It is, and the people of the world have shown that. I mean, people have travelled from all over the country, all over the world, to pay tribute at Westminster Hall. And they've done it in such a delicate and a nice way, not seen any problems. Nobody's pushing because they want to be at the centre or the front of the queue. No, it's been so well organised. But, you know, we've got to thank the people of the world who've actually travelled from so far around the world to come and pay tribute to our Queen.
And
I really take my hat off to them.
We've seen so many pictures as well, just there, of the troops, the bands, goodness knows who, the naval ratings who are going to pull the gun carriage, are all having to do rehearsals in the dark, you know, in the dead of night, probably 2, 3 in the morning. That's amazing, but I guess that you have probably organised events which must be rehearsed in some way.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the reasons why we've always been successful and never had a real problem is because we have had to rehearse. And the rehearsal side is the element that will 99.9% guarantee that you will have a successful event. And again, these guys and these ladies who are actually taking part, well, you know, in the military, this will be such a proud moment for them. So they're going to be making sure that they don't put a step wrong.
What are you going to be doing on the day of the funeral, Bruno? Do you get to take part in something official as
London,
someone who is
tomorrow? But I'm undertaking so many interviews at the moment that I'm having to stay in Norfolk. So we're going to be, and we paid our tribute to Her Majesty the Queen the other day because my career started in Great Yarmouth in Norfolk. That was when I was first officially presented to the Queen because I organised the decoration of her royal route. So my wife, and because the beacons were the last event that Her Majesty the Queen took part in, and as you know, lit the first beacon at Windsor Castle, we paid tribute at the local beacon in Great Yarmouth, and we laid flowers at the base of that beacon. which was really quite moving.
Oh, I'm sure it was.
Yes, you've got to do it in your own way if you can't actually get to the event.
Yeah. Look, Bruno, you know what?
You don't forget where you come from.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, as always, Bruno, it's wonderful to talk to you, and thank you for taking the time to speak to us once again.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Yes.
Do you know what?
He was pageant master.
I like that man so much.
Me too.
There's something very sort of humble and just dead ordinary about him. And he's done all this amazing work with the Queen to provide her with what, with the way to celebrate
who
things.
knew there was such a thing as a royal pageant master? But of course, when you think about it, there had to be. But all of these people now we're learning more about because they've got a history with the Queen. And it's lovely to hear their history.
It is absolutely lovely. Now, this weekend, as you'll be aware by now, world leaders are arriving in London ahead of the state funeral on Monday.
Yeah, do you know, though, 4 billion people are expected to watch it on television, paying respect to a monarch whose reign began in a post-war world where Harry Truman was American president and the Soviet Union was ruled by Joseph Stalin.
Well, our political reporter, Catherine Forster, looks back now at the relationships between world leaders and Her Majesty.
Over 7 decades, the Queen met and charmed hundreds of world leaders, as global tributes have shown. From France's President Macron.
To you, she was your queen. To us, she was the queen. To us all, she would be with us forever.
To American President Joe Biden, who ordered all flags to be flown at half-mast over government buildings. Biden had met the Queen just last year in Windsor, following Prince Philip's death. Her reign spanned 14 US presidents and enhanced the special relationship between the two countries, so called by her first Prime Minister, Winston Churchill. The young Princess Elizabeth charmed President Harold Truman on a visit to America in October 1951. "When I was a little boy, I read about a fairy princess, and there she is," he said. Eisenhower became a firm friend. As a guest at Balmoral in 1959, he admired her homemade drop scones. She later sent him a handwritten letter with the recipe. Relations were less relaxed during the Kennedys' 1961 visit, with tension over the guest list for a dinner, and Jackie Kennedy reportedly unimpressed with the palace and Her Majesty. But the Queen was close to President Ronald Reagan, bonding over their shared love of horses. Riding at Windsor Castle in 1982 was followed by a trip to his Californian ranch the next year and a Tex-Mex lunch. Bill Clinton wrote, "But for the circumstance of her birth, she might have become a successful politician or diplomat. As it was, she had to be both, without quite seeming to be either." Certainly, when Michelle Obama committed the epic faux pas of putting her hand on the Queen's back in 2011, the Queen simply reciprocated. It's not known what she thought, though, in 2018, when Donald Trump walked in front of her while inspecting the Guard. He, however, was utterly starstruck and told GB News on the day she died.
She was a woman that was just extraordinary, Nigel, just an extraordinary woman.
Britain's relations with Russia have been less cordial, but the Queen got on well with Mikhail Gorbachev and visited Russia in 1989. But Vladimir Putin broke protocol on his state visit in 2003, arriving 15 minutes late for his meeting with Her Majesty. Nelson Mandela and the Queen had a close relationship. He was one of few people beyond the family to call her Elizabeth. And the Queen played a vital role in the evolution and success of the Commonwealth, famously dancing with the Ghanaian president in 1961. Over 70 years, she travelled over 1 million miles and to 117 countries, using her soft power to benefit Britain. As Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said,
"In a complicated world, her steady grace and resolve brought comfort and strength to us all. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so."
But as Her Majesty herself wrote to President Bush after September the 11th, Grief is the price we pay for love. Catherine Forster, GB News.
Hasn't Justin Trudeau got a nice way about him? Lovely.
He does seem like a very nice man.
When he first came into office, at least half, I think, maybe even more than half of his cabinet or his cabinet, his government were women. And one of the reporters said to him, why have you thought it's important that at least half your government is women? And he said, because this is the 21st century. It was literally just that, he said. It was perfect.
He's got a big tattoo.
He's gorgeous.
Yeah, now we get to the truth of it, ladies and gents.
My cup of tea.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
OK, let's go through the papers this morning. Former Conservative advisor Claire Pearsall and political editor of HuffPost UK, Kevin Schofield, are here. Good morning,
Good morning.
both. Kevin, let's have a look at The Guardian to begin with. They're looking at King Charles, where they're talking about a show of temper. Do you know what I think? Is this the pen incident they're talking about?
The two, weirdly, pen incidents. There was one where he was signing after the proclamation last week and he told one of his aides to get something out there and he kind of made a...
There was a pen holder in the way or something. There wasn't room for everything on the table.
And then later on, when he was, the pen was leaking. And there obviously was a flash of temper because there was a...
You see, I don't think it's a show of bad temper, if I'm honest. I think that's someone who is absolutely drained to the core, getting a bit tetchy.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think you've got to put it in context that his mother had just died. He's suddenly thrust into the... Well, he's always been in the limelight, but even more so. He suddenly has all these responsibilities. He's traumatised, obviously, and the gaze of the whole world is on him. So I think you have to cut him a bit of slack.
And he's signing something which is historically very important with his new names, Charles Rex or presume Charles R or something. And you want to get it right, and he's given a pen that leaks all over everything.
And also, he was writing the wrong date.
He was.
The second one, which was actually quite
funny. I think that's so human.
Yeah.
Given what he's just been through, he got the date wrong. And
I love that.
One of his aides said to him, actually, you'd got the date wrong yesterday as well or something, didn't he? And I just thought, give him a break. Yes, that's right.
But interestingly, I thought Camilla was she's very quietly supportive of him during that moment.
I know, I was going to say that she handled it all so brilliantly and was just such a calming influence, give me the pen, we'll deal with it. I mean, I think if that was me, I would have hoofed that pen across the room and the language would have been a lot worse.
That's what I'm saying, I hate this stinking pen.
Yes.
Which is as bad as it got, really.
Well, absolutely, that's not bad language, really, is it?
Yes. No, I mean, actually, do you know what? Weirdly, with a lot of these things, I felt even more respect for him in that, because it was a private moment that actually no idea how it was filmed without anyone knowing, really. But they didn't seem to know the camera was there.
No, he didn't.
But I just thought, here's a man who's strained, and he's just had a bit of, bit of a flare of temper. I respected him for it.
But according to Giles Brandreth, who writes, I think, in the Mail today, and he knows her very well, he knows Camilla very well, apparently she has a way of dealing with Charles when he's getting a bit, as all wives do with husbands. If he's going on a bit and she wants to really, she has a go at him in the small of his back. She'll sort of do that in the small of his back. And if he's going on a bit and actually just going on a bit and needs to move on, she'll tug the back of his jacket. And she tugs it quite hard, apparently. So watch out for it. Apparently, he does that. She manages him extremely well, apparently.
You see, now that is
watch out.
That's a real skill to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And for him to pay attention as well. I mean, he's obviously learned that she is not to be ignored. Fair play.
Right, let's get back to other matters, though, should we, Claire, this morning? Again, sticking with The Guardian, but looking at rail chaos. The unions have abandoned the strikes this weekend. Understandably, but they're coming back.
They are, and they're coming back sort of with a vengeance. 2 24-hour strikes on the 1st and the 5th of October, which is designed around the Conservative Party conference, which is happening in Birmingham.
Right.
And there are, I think, there are a number of train operating companies that are involved in this, and it looks like they've all come together and decided that they looked very sort of grown up and respectable for cancelling the strikes. And I think everybody was really grateful for that and had a little bit of respect for them. But then to lump it on again, so that's it. Once the mourning period is over for the general public, out come the unions, back go the strikes. In the winter, when the costs are going up, when everything is dark and miserable.
What did we expect them to do?
I know. I suppose there was always that lovely little bit of hope that perhaps it wouldn't happen. Misguided hope at that. But it will really damage the Conservative Party conference, of which some of us, Kevin, are attending and some of us aren't. Some of us are staying at home.
Well, if you can get a train.
I mean, it is going to be a nightmare for people going to the conference, but it's the whole point. You know, that is leverage. It's them using the power that they've got to strike right at the heart of the Conservative Party.
Well, the headline you're looking at says, ruthless Truss plans to stamp her authority with a 4-day whirlwind.
Well, one of the things, strangely, that coincidentally, that she's going to be doing, we're told, is, tightening up the trade union law. So that's a massive political fight that she's going to have in the early days. But this is looking at, obviously, normal hostilities in politics have been suspended for the last week and a bit. And won't return until Tuesday. But when they do, it's full steam ahead.
It has to be.
Well, it has to be, because they're making up for lost time now. So Liz Truss, she's got the UN General Assembly Tuesday, Wednesday. I think she gets back on Thursday at some point. And then Friday we've got the mini budget, which is obviously going to be basically the whole government. Her government is going to rest on whether this is a success or not.
It's odd to do it on a Friday.
Well, it is, yeah. So they're having to. I think the House was supposed to rise on Thursday for another 3 weeks for conference season. So that's not happening. So they're going to rise on Friday instead. They're coming back a week early just to make up for all this lost time.
Should conference season be scrapped this year?
Yes, I think it should.
I wouldn't mind. Personally,
I mean, it just seems like absolutely the wrong time.
And a waste of money, surely.
The Lib Dems cancelled theirs. But I mean, well, by the time Labour starts, will be next Sunday. We'll be through the mourning period. Then the Conservatives is the week after. So
but there is an argument to say, why do we not have it at weekends? Because it always used to be a weekend activity anyway. So it's only in sort of modern times that it's gone on from starting on a Sunday to finishing on a Wednesday.
And we've all been to them, and they're jollies, frankly, aren't they? They're a load of windbags, usually, of all types.
Not very jolly, but yes.
Well, they can be a bit. They can be a bit jolly. Meanwhile, Claire, there are some ministers still waiting to be sacked.
Well, this sort of comes on perfectly on the back of that, is that there are positions to be filled within government. Not all of this is the government's fault, because with Queen Elizabeth sadly dying, we couldn't continue with appointing new ministers because you need to have royal assent to do so. So that has all been paused, and there is now a frantic conversation between Number 10 and King Charles's office to see whether he will appoint new ministers, as is the way, in the official period of mourning for the royal family, which is 7 days after the funeral. And there is some hope that he will do that.
Well, it doesn't have to be done in person, does it?
It doesn't have to be done in person, but he, as the monarch, has to sign those off. He has to give assent to those appointments. So hopefully that can be done in modern times. But we are left with several positions. I think there's about 55 positions still to fill. Now, these are junior ministerial roles, but also, importantly, and especially for this week coming, our whip's office. So you've got a number of whips that aren't appointed, which if you're going to get your colleagues in the chamber and vote the right way, then you're going to need that discipline from the whips, and we don't have them.
Well, if you're going to hit the ground running, which is what this government needs to do...
It does.
Then it's got to be sorted, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. No, I mean, it's just one of the other sort of knock-on effects of the Queen dying at the time that she did. I think it was the Tuesday when Liz Truss officially became Prime Minister. The Queen died on the Thursday, so she hadn't had time, as we say, to get government all the positions filled, and everything's had to be put on hold.
Before we say goodbye to you both, can we end on the last story, which is lovely but surprising?
Yeah, so this is a young couple, Caitlin Knight and Jake Hamilton, were expecting triplets, and were told at the 22-week scan that they were going to be boys.
Yeah, so it's natural triplets, isn't it? It's not IVF or anything. These are natural triplets, so they're all the same gender. And so they were all expecting boys.
They were going to be called Theo, Luca and Jude. And then, lo and behold, when they were born, they were actually 3 girls. So they're going to be called Thea, Lily and Esme instead. But fortunately, they had painted the nursery in a neutral colour. So
but they had got lots of boys' toys.
Yes,
and
that's right.
They've given those to charity, I think, haven't they?
Yes. So a little bit unexpected, but...
It's quite a surprise, isn't it? Quite a surprise.
Yeah,
Lovely one to end on.
Love that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. OK, it is 8:51. Let's run you through the stories, main stories, or some of the main stories this morning. The Prime Minister will meet world leaders ahead of the Queen's funeral on Monday. Liz Truss will speak to her New Zealand and Australian counterparts later today. Downing Street are calling them chats rather than formal meetings.
And the police watchdog investigating the fatal shooting of Chris Kaba by an armed officer will consider whether race was a factor. The 24-year-old's family says they are angry that the investigation could take as long as 9 months to conclude. Mr. Kaba, who was about to become a father, was killed 2 weeks ago in South London following a police pursuit of his car, and he was unarmed.
And the TUC survey shows 3 in 4 want the controversial practice of fire and rehire to end. Almost as many want a ban on 0 hours contracts. Comes as the TUC has warned the Prime Minister not to water down workers' rights.
Now, throughout her long reign, the Queen was incredibly proud of the charities she represented and often paid tribute to those who selflessly worked for them.
Well, let's talk now to Nicholas Swanborough, Head of External Affairs for the Epilepsy Society. Good to see you this morning. A charity apparently the Queen held particularly close to her heart.
Yes, she did. So the Queen, we were proud and privileged to have the Queen as our patron throughout her long reign, throughout 70 years. We know it was a condition close to her heart because the Queen's uncle, Prince John, had epilepsy.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Yes, and he sadly died at the age of 13, and it is believed he died of a seizure.
Gosh.
So I think, like so many people who've lost somebody to epilepsy, they understand the impact of the condition for the person and the legacy that the whole family carries.
So what happens now for a charity like yours?
So in terms of the patronage, we know that the Queen inherited the patronage from her father, but we don't know what will happen next because obviously this is quite unprecedented in our lifetimes, isn't it?
Yeah,
so,
you don't get a letter or anything saying under review or something?
No, nothing. But I suppose we will do later on, you know. I mean, obviously they're dealing with their grief and, you know, it will take time. So we will just be waiting. We're hoping that we will get another royal patronage because it's just been so important for people. There's 600,000 people in the UK with epilepsy.
Is there that many?
Yes, it's 1 in 100 people have epilepsy.
And of course, the royal connection with Prince John, as you were saying, that would have been at a time, and that's why we never hear very much about it. There was a stigma to it, wasn't there?
Totally, yes, totally. Epilepsy used to be hidden away, which is how our charity was founded, really, to get people out of London and to give them a better life. And obviously it's very different now. But there still is a stigma connected to epilepsy. So to have somebody who really who understood epilepsy and the impact at the helm of a charity.
The impact on the family as well.
Yes. Yes.
It's not just on the person suffering from epilepsy.
No, exactly. Because if you're having, for a third of people with epilepsy, their seizures aren't controlled with treatments today. So you wake up in the morning, you never know if you're going to get to the end of the day without a seizure, you know, whether you're going to go out and have a seizure in public.
What difference does a royal patronage make?
I think it's been really important over the years. We've had, in 1985, the Queen came on a visit to have a look at the treatments and diagnosis of epilepsy, which was really important.
My goodness, and the treatments must have changed over the years.
They have. So in 1985, when she came to see us, she very much was looking at EEGs. We sort of did a mock-up EEG. Well, in 2020, during lockdown, we sent the Queen what we believe was her first Christmas message via Zoom. And we had people from all over the country whose lives have been transformed by the Queen's charity, talking about how it was a young mum who's now got 2 children and works in the NHS after brain surgery through the charity. And also another family, the whole family's lives have been turned around through genomic sequencing, all things that just weren't in 1985 would never have happened. So it has been quite incredible. And also, we have 93 people with severe epilepsy and associated disabilities who live at the charity. And during lockdown, obviously they were one of the most vulnerable communities in the country.
Where is that based?
So that's in Buckinghamshire, in Chalfont-St-Peter.
Oh, yes.
And our support workers were so fantastic, looking after them, keeping them safe. They had to act as family, friend, carer. And out of the blue, the Queen sent the most wonderful letter saying how proud she was, how she also recognising the sacrifice that their families had made and that they were coming into work every day.
Doesn't that say a lot about her, though, that says, I mean, I know she responds to a lot of things, but to send something out of the blue just shows how it was still close to her heart.
Oh, totally. And I think one of the most lovely things in my time at the charity, in 2017, I think it was, a little girl, a 10-year-old girl, Ellie, wrote to the Queen. She'd lost her friend, Patrick, who died of epilepsy, about the same age as Prince John, actually, as a teenager. And she wrote to the Queen and said, could you do something about it so that other people won't have to suffer as we're all suffering and grieving? And so the Queen wrote her and said she would get in contact with us, which she duly did. And out of that came a wonderful campaign. We raised thousands of pounds for research into why young people can die. And at the time, the Queen didn't want to be named in the campaign. She just wanted to do it quietly in the background. So it's only now that we're able to reveal the tremendous part that the Queen played in that campaign.
Oh, isn't that
That's lovely.
Yeah.
That's a really lovely thing to know. Nicola, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, and let's hope. I'm sure there will be. Royal patronages are being moved around a bit, I guess, aren't they?
I would imagine.
You might end up with the Prince and Princess of Wales.
You never know.
You know, we will be happy. We've had so many visits from the royal family. The Princess Royal has a great understanding of epilepsy, so we will be very happy for whoever takes on.
Well, they'll know
role.
how important it still was to the Queen, won't they?
Yes.
Nicola, thank
That's
you
lovely.
very much.
Thank you.
Well, look, don't go anywhere. Our coverage continues in just a couple of minutes after the weather.
Hello, I'm Aidan McGivern from the Met Office. A chilly start out there for many, but sunny spells fairly widely up and down the country, and there'll be fewer showers today compared with the last couple of days. High pressure is moving in. Around the eastern side of that high, we have seen a number of showers during Friday and overnight for eastern and northern parts of the UK, and there's still the possibility of one or two further showers, particularly for eastern parts of Norfolk and Suffolk as we start off the weekend, as well as the north of Scotland, where there will be cloudier skies, I think. Elsewhere, it's mostly dry. There'll be sunny spells, so widely blue skies across central and southern, as well as southwestern parts of the UK. And with lighter winds compared with Friday, it will feel a touch warmer, temperatures reaching 16 to 18 or even 19 Celsius in the south, 12 to 16 for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Into the evening on Saturday, we'll see the skies remain mostly clear across much of England and Wales, at least at first. But for Scotland and Northern Ireland, thicker cloud gradually pushes in from the Atlantic. That will bring some showers into western Scotland in particular, those showers reaching central and southern parts of Scotland, Northern Ireland, and later northwest England as well as North Wales. With that cloud cover, it's not going to be quite as chilly, temperatures mostly staying up in the high single figures as we start off Sunday, but still a fair amount of bright weather out there, sunny spells for the south and the east in particular, thicker cloud towards the northwest, and further showers to come, especially around Irish Sea coast, western Scotland, Northern Ireland as well, one or two drifting into the Midlands. But temperatures in many places a degree or so higher compared with Saturday, because we'll have lost that northerly airflow. We're replacing it with more of a westerly airflow, and that trend continues into Monday. I think a lot of cloud out there, most places dry, and temperatures will be ticking up a degree or so higher compared with Sunday.
Mourners face waiting times of up to 25 hours now to pay their final respects to the Queen.
And good morning. You're watching and listening, of course, to Breakfast here on GB News with Stephen and Anne. It's lovely to be with you again. And it's an amazing shot, that, actually, of the sun coming up and the morning happening behind the Palace of Westminster, but still the queues silhouetted in front.
Yes.
Those queues go on.
And that's the scene when people finally make it into Westminster Hall this morning. And the wait to see the Queen lying in state is now nearing capacity. The wait time expected to be about 25 hours now, so officials are asking the public not to travel to join the queue.
In fact, last night, a man was arrested after approaching the Queen's coffin in Westminster Hall there. He is now currently being held in custody under the Public Order Act.
Well, this evening, the Prince of Wales and the Duke of Sussex will observe a 15-minute vigil for their grandmother, both princes in full military uniform, as requested by the King.
The funeral on Monday, of course, could be the largest event the UK has ever hosted as world leaders arrive. And we've seen New Zealand's Premier, Jacinda Ardern, arrive. We're going to be awaiting the Australian leader, obviously the US President, Joe Biden there. He's arriving, I think, tomorrow.
Well, of course, we want to hear from you this morning, as always. You know how to get in touch. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Melanie's been in touch. I love this, Melanie, because this is what we're all about. She says, what I love about your commentary, Stephen and Anne, is you're like two mates having a chat and we're included.
Oh, yes, you are included.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not just us having a chat.
But that, it's not, but it's warm, it's family. That's what it's all about. It's about sharing this all together.
Yes, it is. Seamus puts it beautifully. He says, with the amount of people queuing, bearing the hardships of a long walk, cold weather, enjoying the common cause, it reminds me of what we used to read in history books of the medieval times, a worthy pilgrimage to a more than worthy queen and lady. And that's what it is. It's a pilgrimage, isn't it? So if you're waiting 25 hours, it's a pilgrimage.
Yeah, it's an interesting way of putting it. Gillian says, good morning from across the pond. I'm with you in spirit and watching. Thank you for your compassionate reporting. I hear your voices and I'm instantly comforted.
Yeah. I've got a friend who's
nice.
just had to go to the States, couldn't get away. She was really sorry that she couldn't stay, but she said, I'll be watching you on GB News and I'll keep in touch all the time. Colin says, when I served in the RAF, we were rehearsing the funeral of the Queen Mother years before she died. I'm very proud of the British military and of my service. And so you should be. But I remember when I started out on breakfast television at the grand old age of 26, we used to rehearse the Queen Mother's death all the time. And she was young, considering then.
Yes.
And I'm glad to say she well outlived me on breakfast television, didn't she? She kept going. But I always had a little black dress hanging in the wardrobe at the AM, just in case. And we rehearsed how, we'd go on air with a flag flying and mournful music and all of that. Never needed, not until she was 101.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. We did have, it was always
you must
the
have
procedure.
done the same thing.
Well, open-ended obit procedures used to call it, and that's just what you had to do. Mairead says, yesterday I went to the local church, lit candles for my daughters and myself. I lit votives for my grandchildren and great-grandchild. It was our simple tribute to a mother, a lady, our queen, whose impact will truly only become of age in her absence. Yet it will live on ad infinitum as a shining example of model behaviour on all levels throughout time. It's a lovely way of putting it.
It is a lovely way of putting it. Here's a lovely story from Karen. Thank you so much, by the way, everybody, for getting in touch on GB Views, because we're having some wonderful stories here. Karen says, my great-uncle, George Ayres, was the flight engineer on the plane that flew the Queen out to treetops as the princess, and he flew her home as the Queen. Because they were going on to New Zealand, she didn't have any mourning clothes with her, so that had to be flown. They had to fly back to England to collect the mourning clothes so that she would be suitably attired on her return. Now, if that's true, they got it wrong on the Crown, didn't they? She came into the cockpit to thank them, and he maintained they were one of the few people to see her cry. Oh, I was born in March 1952, so I have shared all the Jubilee events.
Oh, that's really interesting.
On the Crown, they show her arriving and the Queen's dresser getting on the plane at what presumably was RAF, where did they fly into?
Northolt.
Northolt. Probably the same place. And they show the Queen's dresser getting on with a black mourning outfit, and the Queen changing on the plane and then coming down.
Right.
But Karen, if you're right, and your great uncle told you there are truthfully there. They flew back to England to collect those clothes so that she would be suitably attired on her return.
That's interesting.
But he flew her out to treetops, a princess, and flew her back, a queen.
That's lovely, isn't it? Lots of you getting in touch about King Charles and how he's coping at the moment, and an awful lot of sympathy for him. Jackie says, as with any bereavement, it's after the funeral when it will hit him. Keeping busy is a blessing. I think that's right.
It's true, yeah.
Do you know what, and I'm sure they will perhaps look back at it on video or whatever at some point in the future. But as with any funeral, it will be a total blur to him, won't it? A bit like your wedding day and everything else, you don't remember the great detail of it.
I think that's true, yes. But he'll
is
have family around to tell him, and he'll have television pictures, I'm afraid, because he's been so busily rushing around the country. And I watched them yesterday, himself and Queen Camilla, and they were at yet another service, singing yet another few hymns and hearing yet another sort of address. And I know it has to be done at the moment, but goodness, they must have been sitting there thinking, I can't take much more of this. I don't know.
We've just seen a number of veterans just going by and saluting, all with huge backpacks on. And whereas you look at that and you think, well, perhaps they've sort of marched down from somewhere to pay tribute. I bet more likely, just being former veterans, that they they have packed accordingly for the night.
Yes.
Which is what they do. But again, I just think there's everyone paying their respects is lovely. I think there's something very special about seeing the veterans saluting their
it's lovely.
boss.
Lovely to see, isn't it? Sam says, morning, Anne and Stephen from Down Under. Thanks again for keeping us royalists, who are located far and wide across the realms. If I could have flown back to London, I would have in a heartbeat. Your programme is helping us feel connected.
Catherine, and this is a point I was making yesterday, Catherine, she says, no retired servicemen or women are allowed to wear their uniform, so no way should Andrew or Harry be allowed to. Why do they think they're above the rules? Well, I mean, you're absolutely right. If it was anybody else, no, they wouldn't be allowed to wear their uniform. They don't hold any honorary titles now, so they don't have access to that. So, but there does seem to be a general consensus, and this is at the request of the King. We understand the Queen wanted this as well. So they are going to be... Quite what uniforms they will wear is going to be interesting.
Well, Andrew, last night, Prince Andrew wore an admiral's uniform. That's what they say.
That was an honorary title.
Because you thought at one time they would be allowed to wear the uniform of their last rank.
Of their last rank, perhaps.
I think they were both captains.
Yes, certainly Harry was Captain Wales. So whether he'll wear Blues and Royals captain number ones, I don't know. I think that would be appropriate.
Fiona says, hi, Anne and Stephen. I'm loving watching your channel all the way from Australia. I'm originally from London, and I'd love to have been there to queue to honour and say goodbye to our beautiful Queen. Steve and I have a cold too.
Oh.
And Armour Force, which I've never heard of,
Armour
is
Force.
the actual best. Works to keep my cold symptoms to a minimum. I'm not sure if they have it in the UK.
No.
We haven't heard of that.
I've never heard of it.
Your channel resonates with me from your freedom of speech, tackling difficult conversations and making me feel very homesick, but connected.
Ah.
That's lovely.
Well, keeping you connected is what it's all about, I think. John says, I can't get to London because of mobility issues. Flowers are lovely, but have a limited lifespan. I made a larger donation that I can sensibly afford to the Great Ormond Street Children's Hospital, a worthy cause. Please support this cause. My own small tribute to our late Queen. Well, I think, John, people need to do whatever they feel is right, and you felt that was the right thing for you to do, and so good on you, sir, for doing that. And that will, that will have a lasting impact, and that'll make a lasting difference.
Duncan says, morning, I went and queued yesterday. Started at 6:30 in the morning, and I saw the Queen at 6:45 p.m. So 12 hours. I think the queue is kind of the people's wake. It's not just about seeing the Queen at the end, it's about people meeting and sharing their stories too. It was a great experience and meticulously run by the police, the military, stewards and the scouts. They are click counting on the way out, so they'll know how many we passed through.
The scouts are involved, are they?
Yeah, no, I heard the scouts were giving out sweets, toffees.
We see, but I think that's a lovely thing in that young people getting involved in this. I think, and the Scouts have a very strong connection with the royal family, of course. But I think young people getting involved in this is a very important thing.
Lovely. Chloe says the same thing. My sister and I were lucky enough to see the Queen at 4:30 a.m. on Thursday after an 8.5-hour queue. The queuing was lovely because everybody was chatting to each other. We were also lucky enough to see a change of the guard. All the helpers, Scouts and police were so friendly. As for the counting, as we walked out of the hall, there was a lady standing at the exit with one of those clicker counters in her hand. We could hear her clicking away. My sister and I both commented that she'll get a very sore thumb. It was a wonderful experience and I was so grateful to be able to go.
Yeah. Oh, well, do keep your thoughts coming through. gbviews@gbnews.uk. It's wonderful to hear your experiences as we continue to see these people. I mean, I don't know, it's a bit of an assumption that looks like it could be a mother and son going together. And there's a young man, I don't know how old he is, a teenager, I should think, late teens, but again, bowing respectfully.
Wanting to be there. Anyone who thought the Queen was just about older people and an older generation, have so got it wrong just by looking at the queue.
Absolutely.
Joining us is royal biographer Andrew Lowney. We were talking to you in the last hour. It is interesting, isn't it, that anyone who thought the Queen was about an old Britain is wrong.
Well, absolutely, judging from the people who are coming and indeed the people who are writing to you. So, yes, I think the great thing is the royal family represents everyone. And I think the other thing is it's not just all age groups, it's people from all backgrounds who are coming and all colours. So the accusations that Meghan was making clearly have no validity whatsoever.
Well, yeah.
That. Nobody will ever understand quite
Well,
that.
no, but it's this incredible moment in our history, isn't it? I mean, Elsia says, morning, it feels like an extra special time to be British, watching the professional of everyone involved in this period of mourning. And there is something extremely British about all of this. We're often, in this country, for some unknown reason, almost embarrassed to be British. This brings it back to us that we shouldn't be embarrassed. We should be very proud of our history, our heritage and our culture, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And I think the way the ceremony's been conducted, ceremonial, but also all your letters are saying how friendly everyone's been, drawn together by their respect and grief, and how efficient actually everyone has been in organising this. This has been done at the very last moment and has evolved as the demands have grown for some sort of contact with the monarch. So I think it's a proud moment, and I think let's hope that perhaps this is the beginning of a new age, and a new age of confidence.
Well, certainly we are seeing world leaders coming in from all parts of the globe over the next 48 hours or so. David says, as someone who's been living and working in China for a number of years, I can say hand on heart that there is a deep respect for the royal family from the Chinese people. Since the Queen's death, Chinese TV and social media have been flooded with both videos and messages, all expressing sadness at her passing. I think it's wholly right the Chinese are invited to the funeral. Now is not the time to be playing politics. The Queen was above politics, and MPs like Ian Duncan Smith should pipe down.
Well, that's quite interesting, isn't it, Andrew? These things are political. They're certainly diplomatic, these sort of huge events, but nevertheless, it's quite interesting to say we need to rise above some of the issues.
I think that's absolutely right. We've seen the family rising above it. This is a moment for reconciliation, and I think, hopefully we'll see that with international affairs as well. As you say, she was above politics. She was a very magnanimous person. And if we can recalibrate our relationship with other countries as a result of this, that can only be to the good.
We do have to remember that she met and greeted many people who she personally would not have liked and on very many levels would not have agreed with.
Absolutely. A classic example is Martin McGuinness, who was responsible for the murder of Lord Mountbatten. And in some ways, we're now seeing the benefits of that with the closer links with the Republic.
Mm-hmm. It's a lesson for us all to learn.
Yeah, you've been making a documentary about the royals, haven't you?
Yes, I've done a documentary, and I'm actually writing a book on Prince Andrew at the moment.
On Prince Andrew?
Which I think will surprise people, that there's a lot more to the story than people realise.
What do you think of his daughters, Beatrice and Eugenie? Because the Queen was obviously very close to them. very close, presumably, to Prince Andrew as well. But there is talk of elevating at least one of them into a rather more superior role.
Yes, I mean, just by the order of succession, Beatrice will become a Councillor of State. I think one of the...
And what does that mean?
Well, it means they can deputise for the monarch. At the moment, they really don't have enough people to cover should, for example, Charles or William be incapacitated. I think there's a call now for Princess Anne, who is further down the line of succession, to be given a role, and also for Prince Edward to be made a councillor.
Yeah, I mean, it's very. I mean, that's the way the line of succession goes. That makes it very odd because actually, we would want someone like Princess Anne to be involved in.
But
that
she's
sort
now
of
after
thing,
George, Louis, and Charlotte.
Yes, absolutely. I think the extraordinary thing is you know, you go to the first child and then their progeny, and then the second child and their progeny, and you have the Princess Anne, who is as close as anyone to the monarch and actually is being pushed further and further down.
And understands more and more about service and serving now as an adult. She's pushed further down the line than the little ones.
So I mean, I hope they'll make her a councillor because you know I think she has a very important role to play.
Yeah, and again we're talking last hour about Prince Edward and Sophie. Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh, potentially? That seems to be what everyone's talking about.
I think so. I mean, there's some talk that they may hold it back for another member of the family who's further up the line of succession, but it seems...
That could be?
Well, it could be one of the children of the Prince and Princess of Wales. But I think it would be right. I mean, the other two siblings are dukes. He's done, you know, he's served the monarchy very loyally for a long time. And I think there would be a lot of popular support for it.
Is Earl a lesser title, then?
Yes.
Than Duke?
Yes.
That's very odd, then, that was done at the time, then, isn't it? Seems a bit strange.
Well, it was always promised to him that when the Duke of Edinburgh died, he would be given the title. He runs the Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme. It seems absolutely appropriate.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So I think it's very unlikely it will go elsewhere. There's no reason why there shouldn't be a new title for other members of the family.
Yeah. Oh, well, we shall see. All these things will come out in the wash.
Yes, I was going to say Prince George is a bit little yet, but, you know, these titles are... It's just a matter of...
What I would say also is, I mean, you said, I mean, Andrew was actually a commander when he retired from the Navy.
Oh, was he?
But he wears the uniform of an admiral as an honorary rank, which is what he was awarded. Every 5 years, he went up in terms of his seniority. So that's why he's wearing that uniform.
So does that make it appropriate then, even though it's an honorary rank under the circumstances, do you think?
Well, he was never. That was never taken away from him, and so yes, that it would be appropriate on an occasion like this.
Andrew, thank you very much indeed. Good to talk to you. Let's just head straight down to Buckingham Palace, should we? And Darren McCaffrey is there for. Or is it Westminster? You're at Westminster, Darren. I mean, it's remarkable. They're saying the queuing time has dropped somewhat, which is maybe a sign of relief for those.
Yes, I've moved. Yeah, indeed, it has dropped a little, though I have seen the queue actually for the first time this morning. As you know, I've been travelling around with King Charles all week, so I've not actually been in Westminster at all. It is quite an extraordinary sight to see thousands, tens of thousands of people lining the Albert Embankment here in Westminster. But also, it's not just that queue. Frankly, in and around the Mall, in and around Buckingham Palace, in and around Westminster Abbey, there are hundreds, thousands of people this morning just wandering around, going up to the gates of the palace, laying flowers, just soaking up the atmosphere. Many of them have decided, I overheard one woman saying she'd travelled up on the sleeper train from Devon, thought about joining the queue, looked at how long it was, decided not to do so, but she's going to go to Buckingham Palace to pay her respects to Her Majesty the Queen. And that queue, of course, is going to carry on until Monday morning at 6:30 a.m. when the last members of the public will file through before it closes ahead of the funeral later on that day. But also, to add to that, we're expecting, and you can see it here, a massive logistical exercises. World leaders prepare to arrive in London in the next 48 hours or so. We've already got some here. Jacinda Ardern, for example, the New Zealand Prime Minister, filed by the coffin yesterday. The Australian Prime Minister is also here. Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, is meeting them at evening at her official residence outside of London a little bit later on today. And she is going to meet President Biden when he arrives in Air Force One tomorrow evening. Emmanuel Macron expected, the Vice President of China, and there will be an official function inside Buckingham Palace hosted by the King tomorrow night. Up to 500 world leaders, kings, queens, presidents, prime ministers expected to attend that funeral. So it will be a big logistical nightmare in many regards for the Metropolitan Police, with lots and lots of heavy security. And interestingly, I'm sure some of them will probably take the chance maybe to skip the queue somewhat, but to file by that coffin if they can do in the hours ahead. But yeah, it is in many ways a day of waiting around for lots of people. The King is in residence in Buckingham Palace. The Royal Standard is flying above the palace, but he's not expected to carry out any official duties, having stood vigil alongside his brothers and sister last night at the coffin. And later on tonight, we will see the grandchildren do the same, stand guard alongside Her Majesty's coffin later on. Yet again, will be another incredible moment in what's been quite the momentous week.
It certainly will. Darren, for now, thank you.
And I think I'm being asked by my family, I don't know if we've got the answer yet, but if you want to actually line the Mall or anywhere along the procession route, that is the procession that's going to happen after the funeral service in Westminster Abbey, do you go now? If you camp on the side, would you be moved on? Is there a special waiting place for that processional route? We haven't yet been told.
Well, we spoke to a lady yesterday who was camping outside Westminster Abbey, ready for the funeral, which is a remarkable thing. So I don't know.
But they also, as with the procession that happened, taking the Queen to Westminster Hall, when we saw the four of her children walking behind, and her grandchildren actually. That they told everybody that there was designated seating that you could queue for.
Yes.
But I don't know if that's going to happen again for the after the funeral procession, and we don't seem to be being told yet.
No.
Maybe they're deliberately keeping everybody in the dark because they just want to get the Westminster Hall thing out of the way. When they tell everybody that the queue has been ended, and they officially stop anyone else joining the end of the queue, maybe that's when people will be redirected.
Maybe. But so that queue time has dropped down to only 16 hours now.
Gosh.
But there you go. But it's still a very long wait, but it has come down. No doubt a lot of people just deciding that it was too long at 24, 25 hours. So that's dropped down somewhat. But we will get, keep a close eye on that because that's going to fluctuate an awful lot, one would imagine. Well, I mean, that vigil is going to happen tonight. It's the grandchildren, all 8, are going to stand by the coffin in Westminster Hall for 15 minutes this evening. Prince William, the Prince of Wales, will stand at the head of the coffin where the King was last night, with the Duke of Sussex stood at the foot of the coffin.
At the King's request, they will be in uniform, and the other grandchildren will be in morning suits and dark formal dresses with decorations. But although strengthened by numbers, it's still bound to be very difficult for the grandchildren to grieve in public, though clearly they want to do it. We're joined now, by broadcaster, psychotherapist Lucy Beresford. Hello there, Lucy.
Hello, Anne.
Hi. I mean, we were just reflecting, we've been reflecting all morning how difficult it must have been for the children last night. For the grandchildren, they obviously feel that sense of duty, but my goodness, do you worry for them?
I think they're so used to being in the public eye. If any of us had to do that, it would feel incredibly peculiar. But for many of these people, we have to remember that they do live a lot of their lives in the public eye. But this is such an emotional moment, and one can never really know how one will react in a particular emotional moment. And therefore, the enormity of the occasion, the fact that the crowds are so solemn and so focused on where they will be standing, that could be even more of an intense focus. I don't think they'll wobble. They're too well briefed in a way, but the emotion will be so intense for them. What I've noticed, of course, is that they're often they're gazing down at the floor. There's no eye contact. It's not as if they're engaging with the public in any way. And I think because they'll be very much with their own thoughts and their own memories and emotions, that will probably be enough to get them through.
We almost view it as being a negative experience, something that they have to go through. Presumably, this could actually be quite comforting to not only pay their respects, as we all like to do when a family member dies, and going, a lot of people go and see the coffin and what have you, but to do it surrounded by the public who they know are full of respect for Queen Elizabeth.
Many royals that have spoken out in the past week have talked explicitly about the support that they have felt from this overwhelming sense of love and affection and respect that has come their way. And I should imagine that that will be incredibly comforting for them. But as I say, I very much suspect that they will just be in a zone. They will not really be conscious of the fact that they're surrounded by other people, that actually it will be a very private moment for them, even though it's taking place on this, not just a public stage, but also an international stage, because of course there's the live feed taking place at the same time. But I just think, partly because they'll be all together, they'll all know that they're all doing it as a team, if you like, a team of 8, and we're very imitative creatures. We learn about the world and we inhabit the world by copying back, reflecting back behaviour that we see around us. But also we get a lot of support by doing things, having activities as a team, as a group of people together. And so those 8 grandchildren are probably going to have that sense of doing something together, which will give them that strength to get through.
Really have discussed at length, because Viscount Seven, James Viscount Seven, who's the son of Prince Edward, is only 14. And of course, we've heard so much from Prince Harry about the traumatic business he went through, having been just 12. Viscount Seven isn't very much older. One hopes that they've discussed it with him, and he's obviously decided he wants to do it.
I think you're right. I think the royal family will have learned a lot from what happened back in 1997. And yet again, there's also a big difference, I guess, between actually being someone who has to walk behind the coffin of your mother and then perhaps being in a much more contained environment with other members of your family, doing it for your grandmother. The relationship will have, I'm sure, have been one of great emotion, but it's not quite the same. And as you say, I'm sure there will be a lot of preparation around talking about the significance of it and how it might feel. In fact, he will have access to speaking to people who have actually done it 25 years ago. So, but as you say, I think they are all really, really keen to have this experience, because don't forget, we're very hardwired to be stabilized and soothed by ritual, particularly at a time of high emotion when everything else feels so out of control. Ritual is the thing that keeps us anchored and can make us feel safe and more stable. And therefore, I should imagine that the grandchildren look upon this upcoming event later tonight as something that will really anchor them and be something that they will remember for the rest of their lives as something that they did for their grandmother, to honour their grandmother. And that's an incredibly powerful and cathartic experience.
Very difficult, isn't it, when people try to draw? I mean, I know the Prince of Wales did comment on it, bringing memories back about what happened with his mother, but they're two very different experiences, aren't they? Because to lose a mother is different to losing a grandmother. To lose someone so suddenly is very difficult to someone who was very old and in failing health. I mean, they're very, very different circumstances.
Exactly. And I think, I remember I was reviewing the papers actually on the night that it was announced that the Queen would not be attending the Remembrance Sunday service last November. and which was an event that obviously she attended with great pride every year. And that was almost the first indication that maybe the whole nation had that her health was in serious decline. And therefore, within the family, there have probably been many conversations and many moments to prepare them for something that would very sadly inevitably happen. Whereas, as you say, the death of Diana was this almighty shock for everyone, but particularly her close family. And it happened overnight, and it was an accident. So she was taken far too young. So that really did complicate the grieving process. Whereas in some sense, the death of a 96-year-old grandmother is the natural order of things. And it's what many people around the world are either preparing themselves for in their own families, or they have lived through it themselves. It's what makes the royal family as relatable as it is that even though it's surrounded by pomp and pageantry, it is actually a family, and it experiences many of the things that ordinary families go through, which is shock or fear or anger or despair. We witness them going through it as well. So you've asked me a lot about what the grandchildren might be going through and what it might be like for them, but also for the nation to see those 8 figures grieving their grandmother is actually going to be, I think, very powerful, because so many families will have done something similar in their own lives.
Lucy, could I one more question is about what do you make of Prince Harry then? After everything he said about the trauma of having to walk behind his mother's coffin, having to endure grief so publicly, here we are again. Do you worry for him?
I know that he has a really strong relationship with Meghan, and that has provided him with a really good anchor. So at this time round, I feel that he's got different resources supporting him, and he's probably worked through, I would like to think that he has worked through some of that emotion that got stirred up 25 years ago. What I wonder is whether this whole experience of being back in the family for an extended period of time, where the focus isn't just on him and Meghan, but where there are family members around him having conversations about all sorts of things, will this start to change his view on his relationship to the family? And will that book that we know he's written, will it need to be published after all?
It would be a good memorial to the Queen.
It would. Lucy, thank you. That is interesting, because you do wonder. It's like those, we've all done it, haven't we, when we have arguments and rows and things. You dig a hole and you don't know when to stop digging.
Yes.
And I think perhaps this has forced him to stop digging.
Oh, I do hope so.
And maybe that time with the family, and maybe he's got to say to Meghan, no, we're going to be over here. We're going to try and make this work.
A bit more.
Wouldn't that be interesting?
Really
Wouldn't that be nice?
Oh.
And let bygones be bygones.
Ditch
and
the
get
book,
on with it.
Harry. Ditch the book.
We can but
Even
hope.
if it costs you. Yeah.
Even if it costs you, be worth it. Anyway, he won't be listening to us. That's for sure.
No.
Well, look, the plans for the sequence of events for when the Queen died have been in place for decades, of course. But what about the simpler things that really are beyond our control? Things like with these beautiful floral tributes that have been paid, the seemingly endless supply of flowers.
Lots of sunflowers, making a big statement. Our Northern Ireland reporter, Dougie Beattie, has caught up with flower wholesalers to find out how they're managing.
Most of them come from Holland. Probably 75% comes from Holland. We also bring from Africa, and we also bring from Colombia. We also bring from Italy. Basically, we bring from around the world, South America, all over.
George Crothers is the manager of one of Northern Ireland's largest flower wholesalers and explains just how tricky it has been to keep the tributes blooming.
Last week sort of caught us by surprise, obviously, because you can't really plan for something like this. A lot of our stuff has to be pre-ordered maybe 2 weeks in advance, like some carnations and spray carnations coming from Colombia. So we've had a very short supply of them because obviously, again, we can't plan 2 weeks in advance for a major event like this.
Even with the logistical hardship of keeping the market supplied, the price hasn't risen. from 3 weeks earlier.
We sell by stem, not by bunch really. So stem price hasn't really gone up much because of the extra demand. So really they're not paying any more for flowers than they were last week or the week before. Just there's been more volume going out.
Inflationary pressures are there, and like so many others, costs have jumped over the last year, and that is down to one thing.
You're surrounding the fridge, which has to run 24/7. So we can't just say we can't cut costs by turning the fridge off because then we lose the product. So we still have to run our fridge 24/7, which runs on electricity. So we can't just turn the plugs off. We find our own electricity bills gone from 50,000 maybe a year to £100,000 a year. And these costs, what do we do? Where do you go?
It seems that not even the cost of living or the price at the checkout can stop many from saying goodbye.
Hopefully we'll be able to tell them in years to come that they were here and laid the flowers in memory of the Queen.
Well, I just felt it was necessary to come to pay respects to our Queen, who has served us for so many years.
To be honest, I'm here to bring my son to take a little picture, so in years to come I can look back and say, you were born the year of the Queen's Jubilee and when the Queen passed away. So it's just here to pay our respects and make a few little memories.
If you're wondering what will happen to this floral carpet, well, the tributes will be removed and sent to Buckingham Palace, while the flowers will be used for compost and put on the beds in and around Hillsborough Castle. Dougie Beattie, GB News.
I know a lot of people getting in touch saying, well, we're doing different things. We've someone said they're giving to Great Ormond Street instead, or giving to a food bank and what have you. And that's
or going and putting flowers on the grave of your own family members.
Which is all good and lovely. You absolutely think you must do what is right for you.
Yeah.
You know what's right for you to do. But there is something very beautiful about a bed of flowers like that. It's quite a moving thing to see.
Do you know there's a lovely churchyard near me where I take the dog for a walk, and I is it morbid? No, it's not morbid to look at gravestones.
Oh no, we do it all the time.
Oh, they are fascinating.
Do it all the time.
And some of the beautiful inscriptions, and some of them are very, very old indeed. So they haven't had flowers on them for decades and decades. Maybe that would be something nice to do. Yeah. If you get flowers and you can't go down to Buckingham Palace or wherever and put them somewhere royal, how about going and just putting them on a grave whose headstone that rather appeals to you?
Yeah, or there's lots of very old, actually, Commonwealth military war graves and things in a lot of churches up and down the country. Again, they're very, very old, that may not have had flowers on them for a long time.
Yeah,
Maybe
how about doing that? Because the Queen would rather like that, I think.
You'd think so. Yeah, just nice, but it's making your own gesture in your own way. And it's one of those things, other people won't know why they're there or what you're doing, but it's doing it for you and her.
I think that's rather nice idea.
Know, I'm sure.
So you've done it too. Found yourself in a graveyard looking at the gravestones, and my goodness, some of them are wonderful and sad.
Oh yeah,
beautiful.
Always do it when I go to little village. We like going to little villages and things, and always find the church and the graveyard and just have a look, because I mean they're beautiful memorials, and
the memorials to families gone by sometimes many years ago.
And it's a shame that they're never seen. Well, they are seen, but not.
And many of them say beloved or always loved, or your memory lives on, and you sort of you just don't know who they were, and it's sometimes many, many years ago, and you think it says always remembered, but somebody isn't remembering them anymore, and you could do it with a few flowers. I think I might.
It's a very nice thing to do.
Take the dog for a walk and put some flowers down.
Yeah, let us know if you fancy doing that. Well, mourners, of course, are still queuing up to see the Queen lying in state. The waiting time now is we understand, about 16 hours.
Nothing.
Oh.
Earlier in the morning, we were saying that we were all being warned that it was 25 hours. By announcing that it's 16 hours, feels as though it's nothing compared.
No,
but of course, it's still a very long trudge, isn't it? There we go. The queue is in Southwark at the moment, in Southwark Park, and the waiting time is up to 16 hours. That means you'll be doing a lot of zigzagging in Southwark Park before you even get on the long route going along the south bank of the Thames.
Well, someone who has done it is one of our viewers and listeners, Matt Wilkinson from Southampton.
It's the best of British. We queue, and I was very fortunate. We only queued for 7.5 hours. We got to see Her late Majesty at midnight on Wednesday. But yeah, it was quite a spiritual moment. Yeah, incredible. I just wanted to go and say thank you to the Queen for everything that she'd done for our country.
Other special reason, have you ever met her or anything like that?
Yeah, I was very lucky to meet her in 2011. I was a fundraiser and got invited to St James's Palace. And she was just incredible. For those 5 minutes that you meet her, you're the most important person in the world. Just that smile. When her and Prince Philip walked into the room, he went to one side and cracked a joke with some Royal Naval officers, and it just then just laughter in the room, and everyone just felt so relaxed, and she just made everyone feel just at ease, and it was just a wonderful experience.
Am I right in thinking that for your personal vigil, you went with your mum as well?
Yeah, I went with my mum. I was planning to go to camp out overnight, but she was adamant that at 2 o'clock on Wednesday, just before the procession started, she said, no, we've got to leave now. So we caught the train from Southampton up to London, and what surprised me is how quiet it was. But once we got to Waterloo, that's where thousands of people, and we just followed the crowds to Blackfriars, and that's when that was the end of the queue at Blackfriars, and that's where we joined the line.
What did you think of the Prince's Vigil last night, and what are your thoughts on our new monarch, the King?
I'm just incredibly, they've got personal grief, and to be able to actually do what they did last night is just, well, it just makes you feel really, really proud, and the late Queen must be really proud of what her children are doing. And, we all loved the Queen, and her wish would be for us to support the King, so long live the King.
Absolutely, long live the King. It's a great sentiment to hold on to as we go through this transition, isn't it? Let's talk to our reporter, Jeff Moody, who is currently in the queue. How are you getting on, Jeff?
Good morning. Well, I've decided to do it. The full experience. So I've just come here to Southwark Park. As you can see behind me, the barriers are out, the people are snaking their way through, so we're about to join the queue for what I think will be an epic experience. Apparently the queue's down to 16 hours now, so I'm hoping to have finished and be in the studio with you guys tomorrow morning to report back on my experience. Bumped into new friends already. Hello, Mary.
Hi, Jeff.
So, tell me, what brings you here today? What's made you decide to do this epic journey?
Well, I was more devastated than I expected when the Queen died, and it feels so big, and the new King feels so big. I want to be with everybody else. I want to experience this grief with other people. I think it's how grief is best felt.
I mean, this is a queue of epic proportions, isn't it? Are we ready for this?
It's going to be a big adventure. I cycled London to Brighton last week, which took me about 16 hours as well. So I'm ready for it.
We're ready for it. I don't think I've got the appropriate footwear. I've got my black shoes on, but I have got some trainers in the bag. So we're going to go for this, Anne and Stephen, and report back how we get on tomorrow.
OK, Jeff, thank you. Hang on in there. Hang on in there.
Jeff, can I just ask you the question that you'll be asking everybody, and everybody's been asking everybody in the queue, is you've decided to switch from just being, media to being one of the queue. Why do you feel strongly about doing it?
Firstly, I want to experience the whole thing. I don't want to flash a press pass and get in quick. I want to experience the whole experience. It's part of it, isn't it? And I think also it's part of the grieving process too. I mean, we're so fortunate, aren't we, Anne, in this business to be able to get up close and personal to the story. I mean, I was in Cardiff last night with, a beautiful shot of the King and Queen Consort. And I want to experience this. I want to go through the whole process. And I also want to pay my personal respects to the Queen, because, I'm a royalist, a monarchist. I have followed the Queen all my life, as we all have. So I want to do it for me too.
No, I think that's absolutely brilliant. I envy you. We both envy you, actually. And it'd be really interesting to see how you get on.
Come down, come down.
When you get in. Well, I'd love
we
to,
can't
but
save
we're
your place in the queue, but you're welcome to come down.
Yeah, no, you can't save us a spot. No, quite right. Jeff, thank you.
Do you know what I'm doing as well at lunch? I'm having my birthday lunch.
Oh, of course, it was your birthday on the day she died.
It was my birthday on the day that the Queen died, and we were going to have a lovely lunch, and we couldn't that day. So we're going to have it today.
Yeah. Well, you do right to celebrate.
Mm.
Quite right too.
Mm.
This is a lovely story from Catherine. It says, "Morning, Stephen and Anne. Love your coverage of the events and the chemistry between you two.
Thank you.
It's explosive. My dad served in the RAF regiment and the Royal Observer Corps. He was invited to attend a parade in front of the Queen, and he polished his boots every evening for 3 weeks in readiness for the parade.
Oh.
The Queen stopped and spoke to Dad. She asked where he was from, what his medals were for, and something else he can't remember. But everybody said she was dazzled by his boots. A very proud moment for him. I bet it was.
Do you know, I've been watching this as well. Sometimes as we're watching the pictures now in Westminster Hall, you see people going by. And the cameras occasionally have done a close-up on people's boots. Where? And, and when you see a military person go past and they do a salute, the cameramen in charge obviously have thought, right, let's have a look at the boots. And yes, they have been shone beautifully. It's a matter of pride in the military.
Oh,
you have to have shiny boots.
Yes, yes, yes. Stephen says, my wife Linda, my daughter and her soon-to-be husband are braving the cold and the long line of people to pay respects to our Queen in the memory of my wife's mum and dad, who both passed away in March. Can you tell them I'm so proud of them, please?
Oh, yes.
Certainly can.
We're seeing crowds at the moment in front of Buckingham Palace. Now, having been down there yesterday, Stephen, is that just people moving on from Green Park or something like that? I mean, where are they going?
Well, I'm
Why
not
are they
quite,
there?
to be perfectly honest, I'm not quite sure how they're getting into that position.
No, that's what I'm wondering.
Because so much is closed off, right? I mean, it's a nightmare heading to the palace.
That is a real
at the
crush
minute.
of people there at the moment.
Yeah, I mean,
and
'cause
they're
obviously
moving in one direction, so where are they going and why?
I mean, they're sort of heading towards Canada Gate and,
well, that's
and
why
Green
I'm wondering
Park
if
is
they've been.
there.
Yes, exactly.
But I don't know quite what is happening to... It's very... I don't know. I don't quite know how they're getting there or what,
Can't
quite
really
what they're
tell
doing.
at the moment what's going on. Sylvia says, I've never felt so proud as to watch the people from younger generations queuing to see the Queen. For years, we've been told that once us oldies have gone, all our history will die. This proves that as the older generations who would have gone but cannot stand in queues for the amount of time needed, don't have to worry about Britain's future.
Yeah. Jane says, thank you for your wonderful coverage of the... get me words out. Thank you for your wonderful coverage with Anne of the Queen. Feels like you are here with me. Thank you, Jane. She then goes on to say, my cold has lasted 3 weeks on and off. Hope you feel
Lord.
better soon. Thanks very much.
Hope you haven't got the same cold.
And just very quickly, because I'm being yelled at for running over, Fergus says, I just love Stephen and Anne, especially when they just natter.
Oh, is that what we're doing?
Well, we do a lot of that. There you go. Anyway, thank you for getting in touch. Keep your thoughts coming through. Let's talk sport, should we? Aidan McGee's here. Morning, Aidan.
Morning, how are you, OK?
Hi,
Yeah, we're all right.
Yeah, you do natter a little bit, actually. I like that, but then I come in as well and I had...
Well, you natter very well.
Yeah,
yes.
I do, actually, yeah. I know,
Natter
probably a
to
bit
us
too
about
much.
what's going on this weekend. There's quite a lot of sport going on.
There is, yeah. I mean, there are 3 postponements today in the Premier League. Brighton's game against Crystal Palace has been postponed again. You think that everything's concentrated in London, but police resources have been diverted from other major cities. You don't really think of Brighton as a city, but it is a city, and it's only 50 miles from London, and so police will be deployed from there into London as well. Even Manchester, it's having repercussions up there as well. We saw 2 matches last night where Her Majesty was given due deference before the match. For example, at Aston Villa, they played Southampton, beat them 1-0. The national anthem was played there. They also wore black armbands. A picture of Her Majesty was displayed on the screen. And just before the match as well, the 2 captains were in the centre circle and they turned the lights out. It was very atmospheric there at Villa Park, and they just shone a spotlight.
Oh, no, we're seeing it.
Oh, that's
a spotlight
Oh, my goodness, that
on the players just in the centre circle.
Oh, bless.
And then Stephen Gerrard, who gave his interview after the match, said that, and as we know, Prince William, the Duke of Cambridge, is an Aston Villa supporter. Yeah. He said that... oh, that was a knock-up there.
Yes, someone's telling us to get on with it.
Yeah, probably. Stephen Gerrard...
That looks wonderful. Look.
It does, yeah, it does.
For those who are listening on the radio, the stadium is plunged into darkness. There's a sort of green light on the pitch, or a light on the pitch so you can show up the green grass. And then just almost hovering above is the image on the left of the Queen when she was young, and on the right, the Queen as we knew her in the last few years, and her crest in the middle, ER. And it looks wonderful.
Yeah, it's beautifully atmospheric, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Stephen Gerrard said afterwards that Prince William, the Duke of Cambridge, you know, he's an Aston Villa fan. He'd been in touch before the game, wishing the team luck and everything. And he said, given everything he's going through right now, he said that was a real mark of what Aston Villa means to Prince William. Aston Villa winning 1-0, moving up to 13th, a much-needed win for Stephen Gerrard as well.
There's a young fan there holding
That's right.
a crown that he's made out of silver foil, by the look of it, that says RIP above it.
Yeah,
so it's the right mixture there of getting on with the sport.
They take their royal links very seriously, Aston Villa, actually.
Yes.
They do. They do very much so. So, as I say, they won the game, which was good. And that was that picture there is from Nottingham Forest last night. They were 2-0 up against Fulham, and then Fulham turned it around in the second half. So, yeah, lots of range of tributes held this week. I was at Millwall on Wednesday night watching Queen's Park Rangers, and as well as the floral tributes before the game, they had a local singer who came in and actually sang God Save the Queen. She was absolutely fantastic. And when they did a montage on one of the other TV channels in the week, they finished off with her singing, and she rose her voice at the end. It was good. And it was brilliant being inside the stadium as well. We saw Glasgow Rangers as well. They had that fantastic tribute in the home stand behind the goal, and they really made an effort to get the pictures right, but by people holding up the right cards in their seats. It looked fantastic.
Yeah, I bet. Well, I'm glad it's being done really nicely.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, and it hasn't impacted the fixtures too much today. I mean, we are seeing still seeing. Well, we're still seeing plenty of matches. I mean, as I say, we saw 2 last night, of course. Brilliant win for. I mean, Fulham are up to 6. I mean, they're the team that go down every 2 seasons. Every time they come up, and they're up to 6 now. Although their manager says there'll be fights ahead. It's still early in the year, but they were 2-0 down and they turned it down. Sorry, they're 1-0 down and turned it around in 6 minutes in the second half to win 3-2. And as I say, the Brighton game today is off. Chelsea-Liverpool was one that was going to go ahead as well. But again, because of the concentration of police resources in West London, I think that one had to go and that'll be rearranged at a later date.
Yeah, lovely. Aidan, thank you. Don't go anywhere. Stay there. Stay put for now. Bet says, I'm a little long in the tooth to have been unable to queue and pay my respects to the late Queen, but I did queue to say goodbye to Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, and it was amazing. And I met the Queen in a store in Windsor.
Yeah, if you live in Windsor, apparently you do occasionally.
Where's that one gone? Oh, go on now.
Well, I was going to say, Leanne says, I'm writing to you from New Zealand to thank you for your warm and respectful coverage at the death of our Queen. Since my husband and I heard this terrible news, our hearts have been warmed by your voices and kindness. We feel very connected from such a long way away.
Oh, that's very nice.
That's good.
Sue, like my other half, says, I tracked the flight to RAF Northolt, bringing the Queen back to London on an app.
Oh, yes, of course you can.
Yes, and she said you could see a phenomenal 72.6 million people on this app alone watched her fly home worldwide. Absolutely amazing. Gave me goosebumps. Just shows how people feel about her. I mean, it's remarkable, isn't it? Just to watch that flight.
People have been connecting in various different ways, haven't they? We've been talking to charities who've been involved, we've been talking to ex-military people who are involved, NHS people who are going to be involved. And one person who's been invited to be at the funeral in person is Kirsty Bushell, CBE, a former wing commander and also National Vice Chair of SAFA, which is the Armed Forces charity, the Soldiers, Sailors, Airmen and Families Association. And I think she joins us now. It's lovely to see you. Hello.
Good morning, Anne. Stephen, good morning.
Good morning. So I was going to say, are you looking forward to the funeral? That seems an odd way to put it, but you must be very honoured to be going.
Oh, well, in fact, my chairman is attending the funeral, which is why I'm representing him here today. He has been very engaged. And our chief executive, Sir Andrew Gregory, is the master gunner and has been very heavily involved in planning the funeral and in partaking of it. And I know he's joining you later. So myself, my role in all of this has been ensuring that we as a charity are supporting our beneficiaries through this challenging time.
Now, wherever we go, Stephen and I are very much involved sometimes in things that involve SAFA. Can you explain to our viewers, though, what SAFA is?
SAFA, we are the Armed Forces charity. We look after those who are serving, the veterans and their families. And that family element is really important because for everybody who is attested to serve the Queen and to do their duty, there is a family round about them, as we're seeing in this great connectedness here. And so we look after them in terms of casework, providing access to services. We support you in service and beyond. We have a refuge. We have support in the Defence Rehabilitation Centre. So we can really provide access and signposting to any services you may need, whether in service or as a veteran.
Which is why I'd imagine it is so important that SAFA is being represented at the funeral.
Indeed, and what it means really is that our beneficiaries are represented, and by having Her Majesty as our patron meant that we, the volunteers, the trustees, the staff, and our beneficiaries felt very seen and valued and held as part of the Queen's duty and responsibility, and that sense of us all having pledged our service, that our services were seen as really important. And when she visited us, either publicly on the estate of when we moved into our new organisation headquarters, or privately when she came around the time of the Iraq War to meet families, we always felt seen and supported. And now, as veterans queue amongst everybody else, this can raise challenges for people. It can take them back to harder times. And it's really valuable. Thank you for sharing with the charities so that people know how to access help, and really importantly, that they're not alone.
Yes, I mean, like us, I'm sure you have been watching the live pictures that are coming from Westminster Hall. And, I mean, it's wonderful seeing absolutely everybody pay respects in their various ways. But when you see a former serviceman or woman coming forward and a salute, it does make you feel very proud.
It does, and it's that sense of connectedness, of representing those who can't be there, of representing those that were lost in service, in feeling that if you are able, then you can and you should. And that public representation, there's so much. You talked earlier about the flowers, and when you see the uniforms and how well we do that, and the symbology of the uniforms that is held in their history, the plumage, the aiguillettes, the epaulets, the medals, all of it, we do so well, don't we? And to feel connected and to wear those medals or your beret or your veterans badge, all of those say, I was part of your team, Mom. You are our Commander-in-Chief. And it feels very important.
Yes, they always say she was the boss.
Yeah. How important is it now as people's allegiance, including the armed forces and including veterans, turns to the King?
It is really important because we serve a broader purpose. Governments come and go, but the monarchy is the overarching state. We attest our loyalty. We've previously worn medals with the Queen, and we will continue to wear those in the future. And then it will move to His Majesty the King. And it is that sense of continuity of the orchestration and that sense of connectedness and of history gone before us. So I think it is really important that we support him and his family and the work that is being done, because as we know right now, there are people on the front line around the world serving silently as this all goes on around us. So it's really important.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Kirsty Bushell, it's really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah.
That is it from me and Aidan for today. Esther and Philip are up next. We're back tomorrow, of course.
We certainly are.
Hello, I'm Aidan McGivern from the Met Office. A chilly start out there for many, but sunny spells fairly widely up and down the country, and there'll be fewer showers today compared with the last couple of days. High pressure is moving in. Around the eastern side of that high, we have seen a number of showers during Friday and overnight for eastern and northern parts of the UK, and there's still the possibility of one or two further showers, particularly for eastern parts of Norfolk and Suffolk as we start off the weekend, as well as the north of Scotland, where there will be cloudier skies, I think. Elsewhere, it's mostly dry. There'll be sunny spells, so widely blue skies across central and southern, as well as southwestern parts of the UK. And with lighter winds compared with Friday, it will feel a touch warmer, temperatures reaching 16 to 18 or even 19 Celsius in the south, 12 to 16 for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Into the evening on Saturday, we'll see the skies remain mostly clear across much of England and Wales, at least at first. But for Scotland and Northern Ireland, thicker cloud gradually pushes in from the Atlantic. That will bring some showers into western Scotland in particular, those showers reaching central and southern parts of Scotland, Northern Ireland, and later northwest England as well as North Wales. With that cloud cover, it's not going to be quite as chilly, temperatures mostly staying up in the high single figures as we start off Sunday, but still a fair amount of bright weather out there, sunny spells for the south and the east in particular, thicker cloud towards the northwest, and further showers to come, especially around Irish Sea coast, western Scotland, Northern Ireland as well, 1 or 2 drifting into the Midlands. But temperatures in many places a degree or so higher compared with Saturday, because we'll have lost that northerly airflow. We're replacing it with more of a westerly airflow, and that trend continues into Monday. I think lots of cloud out there, most places dry, and temperatures will be ticking up a degree or so higher compared with Sunday.